Marcus Fullweather sat in the polished white chair, his arms resting on cool plastic armrests beneath the glare of overhead LEDs. The air smelled faintly of antiseptic and artificial lavender, a manufactured kind of calm that never quite settled him. He shifted slightly, trying to ignore the way his shirt clung at the back from the thin sheen of sweat he hadn't noticed before. The nurse prepared the syringe with swift, practiced motions. Mid-40s, hair pinned back so tight it pulled at her temples. Her smile was mechanical, never quite reaching her eyes. "This is exciting, isn't it?" she said, tapping the syringe. The liquid inside shimmered faintly under the lights, almost iridescent. "You're part of history." Marcus offered a polite smile, thinner than hers. "That's what they keep telling me." She pinched his upper arm and the needle slipped beneath the skin with hardly any sensation. The fluid pressed inward, smooth and quiet. A faint warmth spread through his shoulder, flowing outward in slow ripples. "Done," she said, removing the needle and applying a small adhesive strip. "Now we'll just observe for 15 minutes. He nodded, rolling his shoulder slightly as the warmth deepened. It pulsed softly under his skin like the faint afterglow of alcohol. He couldn't tell if it was nerves or something more. The nurse handed him a tablet preloaded with a standard post-vaccination questionnaire. He flicked through the screens mechanically, answering without thinking. In the background, clinic. Staff moved with calm efficiency, their footsteps soft on the polished floor. Marcus's eyes drifted to the Omnivax pamphlet resting on the side table. The bold slogan seemed to shout at him even in silence. Omnivax. Immunity for life. Beneath it, smaller text promised salvation. One shot. Every disease. Total protection. Months of marketing had made that phrase impossible to avoid. Omnivax wasn't simply a vaccine. It was being hailed as the final answer to human frailty itself. Cancer, viruses, autoimmune disorders, eradicated in one injection. The fusion of hundreds of dormant viral genomes into a single master sequence, guiding the immune system with unparalleled precision. At least, that was the promise. His phone buzzed against his leg, vibrating softly. "Anna." "Hey," he answered. "You went through with it," she said. She didn't sound angry, just tired. "Yeah, I did." There was a pause on her end, the silence between them heavier than anything either of them might have said. Then at last she remarked, "I wish you would have waited." "I know." Her voice tightened. "They fused hundreds of dormant viral strains, Marcus. Even if they're deactivated, recombination doesn't always behave the way models predict. There are unknowns. The trials were strong. You know that." He kept his voice even, though part of him still braced for the debate they'd already had too many times. The modeling passed every milestone. They accelerated approvals under political pressure. You've seen the raw data, same as I have. The genetic scaffolding is complex. She hesitated, and he could almost hear her weighing whether to press harder. "You know, I've been watching the anomaly reports. There have been instabilities during secondary integrations." Marcus closed his eyes for a moment, leaning back against the chair. "Anna, I don't want to live my life waiting for the next pandemic after watching my sister." He caught himself. "I need to believe this can work." Her voice softened. "I know why you did it." He didn't answer at first. Nothing they said now would resolve the divide between caution and desperation that stood between them. "I feel fine," he finally offered. "That could change. If it does, I'll call you." A longer pause this time. "Just be careful." He nodded reflexively, though she couldn't see it. "I will." The call ended, leaving only the faint hum of the lights above him. The nurse returned and checked his vitals. "Everything looks perfect, Mr. Fullweather. You're free to go. If you notice anything unusual, please call the number on your card. Most mild side effects resolve within 24 hours. Thank you." He stood slowly, stretching his arms and rolling his shoulders again. The warmth lingered, spreading faintly across his chest now, like embers alight beneath his sternum. Outside, The March air cut against his face as he stepped onto the clinic's pristine campus. Across the street, news vans clustered near the media tent. Reporters stood before cameras, their voices bright with optimism as they covered Omnivax's civilian launch. The words, "Historic Day" and "Global Milestone" floated from nearby speakers. Marcus zipped up his jacket and walked toward his car. His phone buzzed again. Another news alert. Omnivax surpasses 1 million injections in first 48 hours. He slid into the driver's seat. As he started the engine, a brief wave of heat flared in his chest. Sharper this time, but gone as quickly as it came. He caught his reflection in the rearview mirror. A bit flushed, but otherwise normal. The ride home was uneventful. The warmth pulsed again as he stepped into his apartment, but he told himself it was nothing. Adjustment. Just like they said. Temporary. That night, Marcus slept without difficulty, though his dreams unfolded strangely. He stood in an endless white void, surrounded by throbbing, translucent shapes, their forms drifting as if suspended, in water. Lattice-like strands wove through them, viral helixes twisting together in intricate spirals. The structures merged and separated with a fluid grace that felt purposeful, though alien. He should have felt unease. Instead, it was almost hypnotic. By morning, the dream dissolved into fragments, leaving only a faint echo of warmth in his chest and a residual heaviness behind his sternum. His phone chimed again. Another alert. Day 3. 3 million inoculated. Only minor side effects reported. Company confirms success. Scrolling further, Marcus noticed a growing string of social media posts trending under the hashtag #OmnivaxDreams. He frowned slightly. The warmth pulsed again, and still, he told himself, it was nothing. 3 days after the injection, Marcus sat on his porch, cradling a cup of coffee that had long since gone cold. A damp March wind brushed across the neighborhood, stirring the brittle grass. He barely noticed. The warmth in his chest hadn't disappeared. If anything, it had grown more constant, still not painful but never fully absent either, and every so often it flared gently. He tried to dismiss it as part of the adaptation process. The literature, the endless pamphlets, interviews, press, briefings had all said mild sensations were normal as the immune system adjusted. Still, that didn't explain the occasional tingling like faint electric fingers crawling outward through his arms. Across the street, Rex, Mr. Connor's German Shepherd, stood rigid on the lawn. The dog's posture wasn't quite right. Shoulders squared, head slightly cocked at an awkward angle, eyes fixed directly on Marcus. The dog let out a low, unsettling growl. Rex had known Marcus since he was a pup. He had never once growled at him before. "Rex?" Marcus said softly. The dog's breathing grew heavier, its ears flat against its skull, though it made no move to advance. For a moment, Marcus wondered if Rex was even growling at him, or if it was reacting to something it sensed but couldn't process. The front door opened. Mr. Connors stepped out, leash in hand. "Rex, come on, boy." The dog remained frozen, its gaze locked. Only after several sharp whistles did Rex finally turn, his gait stiff as though resisting unseen strings. Mr. Connors glanced toward Marcus apologetically before ushering the animal inside. Marcus rubbed his arms, feeling the warmth inside his chest throb once again as though responding to his unease. Inside, he set his empty mug on the kitchen counter and booted up his laptop, meaning to distract himself with work. But the headlines caught his eye almost immediately. CDC monitoring localized medical events among Omnivax recipients, minor seizure clusters, reported, officials, urge, Calm Company, dismisses early genetic recombination theories. He scrolled further. A nurse in Oregon described sudden violent tremors in several patients. A man in Texas reportedly collapsed in a grocery store after swelling grotesquely, his lymph nodes visibly distended. Each article carried the same reassurance from Omnivax officials. Isolated incidents, likely unrelated, no indication of systemic failures. The official tone was calm, but the pattern underneath was growing harder to ignore. His phone buzzed. Anna again. He hesitated before answering. "Hey. I'm assuming you've seen the updates," she said. Her voice was sharper. This time controlled but urgent. "Yes. The datasets are expanding. These aren't outliers anymore, Marcus. They're clusters. And the CDC's internal models are flashing warnings." "You have access to the CDC models?" he asked, though the answer was obvious. "I never stopped monitoring the rollout." "You knew I wouldn't," she replied. "They're seeing instability markers now, genetic recombination that doesn't match predicted parameters." Marcus rubbed his temples. "The recombinant genome isn't supposed to self-replicate after immune adaptation. That was the whole point. That was the theory." Anna's voice wavered slightly, the strain seeping through. "But with hundreds of viral genomes interacting simultaneously, we can't map every possible folding permutation." He leaned against the kitchen counter, eyes falling to his reflection in the darkened window. "So why aren't they halting the program?" "Because pulling it now means admitting failure on a global stage. Legal liability, financial ruin, public panic, take your pick. They're buying time while they scramble behind closed doors." Her words rang too true to argue. "You're still feeling okay?" she asked after a moment. Marcus debated whether to mention the warmth, the strange pulse, the increasingly vivid dreams, even Rex's behavior. But something held him back, whether pride, fear, or simply a desire to delay acknowledging how close the crisis might be to him personally. "I'm fine." Anna didn't respond immediately. When she spoke, her voice had softened again. "Stay alert. If anything changes, promise me you'll tell me." "I will." They disconnected, and Marcus set the phone down slowly. The screen dimmed. In the silence, the warmth in his chest flared again, firmer this time. As night fell, Marcus found himself restless. He slipped on his jacket and stepped outside for a walk. The streets were quieter than usual. Fewer cars, fewer porch lights. Even the air seemed to carry an unspoken tension, as if the neighborhood itself had grown nervous. Turning onto Maple Avenue, he passed a corner store where neon signs flickered against the windows. Up ahead, a sudden scream cut through the stillness. Marcus froze. The scream twisted quickly into panicked shouting. He jogged forward, rounding the corner, and saw the source. A young man knelt on the sidewalk, hands gripping his head, body spasming violently. His back arched and twisted in sharp, unnatural jolts. Onlookers stood at a distance, uncertain whether to approach or flee. Marcus approached slowly, his stomach tightening. The man's convulsions grew more severe. Beneath his skin, something bulged and shifted unnaturally, rolling along his arms and torso as though something inside him struggled to emerge. His neck thickened, veins pulsing darkly beneath the surface. Then, with a sickening wet sound, the flesh of his forearm split open. Tendrils erupted, branching growths of slick, fibrous tissue that twisted in the air like grotesque vines. Gasps and screams broke out from the small crowd. A few turned and fled. Others stood rooted in horror. Marcus couldn't move. The warmth in his chest surged again, synchronizing, responding to the scene as though the two were connected. Sirens wailed in the distance. Minutes later, a paramedic team arrived. They wore partial hazmat gear, clearly briefed for something far worse than a simple medical emergency. One paramedic wielded a long restraint pole while the other approached cautiously. By then, the man had collapsed entirely, partially cocooned by his own writhing growths. Transparent fluid pooled beneath him, seeping from nodules sprouting along the pulsing tendrils. One paramedic caught Marcus's eye. "Sir, you need to step back immediately." Marcus obeyed, retreating across the street but still unable to tear his gaze away as the responders worked under the flashing lights. The warmth inside his chest pulsed once more, harder this time. And for the first time, it wasn't simply heat. It was movement. Something shifting deep inside him. The knock came at dawn, sharp, insistent, impossible to ignore. Marcus was already half awake when the first strike landed, the pulse in his chest flaring as if reacting before his mind could register the sound. The knock repeated, louder this time. A man's voice followed, calm but carrying authority. Mr. Fullweather, Special Agent Louis Dre, Department of Public Health Oversight. Please open the door. Marcus sat up, legs swinging off the side of the bed. The warmth in his chest expanded in slow, insistent waves, and beneath it, there was something else now. A faint tremor, like silk, brushing against the inside of his ribs. Outside the bedroom window, headlights cut through the gray dawn. 2 black SUVs idled at the curb. He could make out several figures, rigid postures, watchful eyes. He pulled on a sweatshirt and moved toward the door, adrenaline starting to churn beneath his skin. His mind raced with questions, but none of them found clear footing. Opening the door, he found Agent Dre standing squarely on the porch. Early 40s, military posture, dark overcoat. His badge hung from a lanyard around his neck, plainly visible. 2 men flanked him, one another agent, the other wearing a sealed hazmat suit with a clear face shield. The one in the suit held a compact containment case at his side. Dre spoke first, his voice level but unyielding. "Mr. Fullweather, we need you to come with us." Marcus's throat tightened. "Why?" "For your safety, and for others." He glanced at the containment case. "I don't understand. I haven't reported any symptoms." "That's exactly why you're here." Dre's gaze didn't waver. "You've been identified as a common contact point in several active anomaly clusters. We believe you may be carrying a variant strain." Marcus's mind tumbled. "But I've been following the updates, the cases they're reporting, these mutations. It's happening to others. I've had nothing like that." "That's precisely what makes you important," Dre said, "and why we're moving now." Marcus looked past him, toward the waiting vehicles. Armed agents stood by the SUVs, watching silently. Resistance wouldn't accomplish anything. He swallowed hard and stepped outside. The hazmat-suited man moved in close, scanning him with a handheld device that emitted soft pulses of light. Readings streamed across a small embedded screen, symbols and values Marcus couldn't begin to interpret. The man gave a slight nod to Dre, who gestured Marcus toward the SUV. The door shut with a heavy thud, sealing him inside. The drive carried them beyond the city limits, out past industrial complexes and into forested buffer zones where government signs warned against trespassing. Eventually, they approached a high-security facility ringed in steel fencing topped with spiraled razor wire. Watchtowers punctuated each corner, manned and alert. Inside the gates, the compound resembled nothing Marcus had expected. It wasn't a hospital or a research center, but something in between. A place built quickly for a crisis no one wanted to admit existed. As they exited the vehicle, Marcus caught sight of other transports in the courtyard. CDC vans, military carriers, multiple hazmat units. The scale of the operation sent fresh waves of unease through him. Inside, the air smelled faintly metallic, tinged with sterilizing agents that clung to the sinuses. Technicians in full biohazard suits moved briskly through white corridors, pushing sealed carts or consulting tablets dense with scrolling data. They led him to an isolated observation chamber, a room of thick glass walls overlooking rows of diagnostic equipment. Inside, a woman waited behind a central console. She stood as Marcus entered, her face framed by severe rectangular glasses. Her posture was clinical, but her eyes carried sharp calculation. She extended a hand. "Mr. Fullweather, I'm Dr. Evelyn Sarin." Marcus shook her hand, noting the firmness of her grip. He recognized her name, Omnitech's lead researcher, often featured in the rollout briefings. Dre remained behind him, silent. Marcus tried to keep his voice steady. "I've heard of you. That's understandable," Sarin said. "And right now you're more central to my work than either of us anticipated." He tensed. "I haven't experienced any of the—" He faltered, searching for words that didn't sound hysterical. "Mutations. That's part of the problem," Sarin replied. She gestured toward one of the nearby monitors. Its display showed scrolling chains of colored, interwoven genetic markers. "Your immune system has responded to the hybrid scaffolding differently from most recipients." "In what way?" You're stabilizing it. The words hit hard. Saren continued, voice calm but uncomfortably detached. The recombinant sequences, hundreds of dormant viral genomes fused together, were designed to trigger immune training and then go quiet. In most patients, that's exactly what happens. In others, an increasingly disturbing percentage, the scaffolding destabilizes. Uncontrolled recombination triggers the growth phenomena you've seen in the news. She paused. But you are neither. Marcus struggled to absorb it. So I'm infected. Not infected in the sense you're picturing. You're carrying the hybrid strain. But instead of breaking down into chaotic mutations, your system is balancing the unstable elements. The viral scaffold is integrating smoothly within you. Dre spoke now, folding his arms. Which makes you one of two things, a risk or a potential solution. Marcus shook his head. The people I've seen, the man in the street, others, they were drawn to me. Weren't they? Saren's expression darkened slightly. Preliminary models suggest that's likely. We're observing early signs of collective coordination, hive-like responses. It's possible the recombinant variants are attracted to stable hosts, acting on an instinct to find equilibrium. He stared at her, feeling his stomach turn. You're saying I'm some kind of anchor? Saren gave a slight nod. Or a seed. The warmth pulsed again beneath his sternum, stronger now, seemingly synchronized with his anxiety. You think I'm controlling them? Marcus asked. No, not consciously. But the viral structures may recognize your stabilized genome as a viable correction template. Their convergence may be a primitive form of adaptation, an attempt at survival through proximity. Dre's voice cut through. That's the optimistic version. The pessimistic version, Serene said, is that the hive mind consolidates around you and accelerates its evolution. Marcus felt his legs grow weak. He steadied himself against the glass wall, voice low. And what happens then? That's what we're here to find out. Saren's composure faltered briefly before she caught herself. You may represent our only chance at modeling a suppression therapy, assuming we act before the convergence advances any further. Before Marcus could respond, a shrill alarm sounded from the corridor, slicing through the air. Red emergency lights flashed along the ceiling. An intercom voice broke through in clipped bursts. Containment breach, Sector 3, unauthorized bioactivity. Detected. Dre's jaw tightened. We've lost another sector. Saren's eyes narrowed. That was faster than projected. Marcus's chest throbbed again. Through the observation glass, technicians sprinted past. Down one distant hall, Marcus caught a glimpse of shifting movement. A shape not entirely human pressed against containment glass, tendrils swaying from its torso. Its skin rippled unnaturally, membranous tissue stretching across its limbs. They weren't searching blindly. They were searching for him. And the thing inside him was answering. The walls trembled as a deep rumble rolled through the compound. A low-frequency vibration carried beneath Marcus's feet, followed by a sharp metallic groan from somewhere deeper inside the facility. Emergency lights strobed crimson, slicing across faces drawn taut with urgency. Sirens blared overhead, each rise punctuated by distant detonations echoing from far within the structure. In the fortified observation room, Marcus stood frozen beneath the dimmed lights. Thick blast shutters had sealed the glass walls, closing, off their view of the chaos unfolding elsewhere. But even behind reinforced plating, the vibrations grew stronger. The warmth in his chest throbbed in response, synchronized as though reacting to the collective force advancing through the facility. Saren barked orders into a secured comlink. Seal corridors G through L, deploy secondary barriers, non-essential, personnel, full evacuation. Behind her, live monitors displayed real-time video feeds from the sublevels. The infected no longer resembled individuals. Instead, masses of partially fused bodies formed shifting structures, tissue melting into tissue. Rib cages arched unnaturally, torsos fused into writhing biological architecture. Limbs clawed forward, their rhythm disturbingly organized. This was no longer random mutation, it was design. Dre burst into the chamber, sweat sheening his brow. They've breached the sub-level holding cells. We've lost full containment. How many casualties? Saren asked without turning from the monitors. Unknown. Half the security team's gone dark. They're coordinating, Marcus said quietly. His voice trembled, though he couldn't tell if it was fear or the thing inside him speaking. They're not moving like before. Dre nodded grimly. They've begun targeting structural weaknesses, bypassing bulkheads like they know the blueprints. Marcus stared at the monitors, the hive masses rippling across the screen. His chest burned again, the force inside him growing more insistent, as though the mass sought to align itself with him. They're drawn to me, Marcus whispered. Yes. Saren's tone was colder now, less analytical, more guarded. And they're accelerating. Can you still use my blood to stop this? Saren hesitated. That was always the working model. If we can extract enough viable protein scaffolding from your stabilized genome, we may be able to synthesize a suppressant. Dre scoffed. May? The whole place is collapsing and you're still talking about May. The rate of recombination exceeded our projections weeks ago, Saren snapped back. The models are unstable. The recombinant genome isn't behaving like a single virus. It's evolving, iterating in real time. Another rumble shook the room. Marcus grabbed the edge of the console for balance. Then what's your plan? Saren's face hardened. There's one contingency left. Total sterilization, full firebomb protocol. Dre flinched. You're serious? We're hours from a full breach, Saren said. If the hive gets beyond this facility, global spread becomes inevitable. Marcus's stomach nodded. You're going to destroy the entire compound. We may have no alternative, Saren said flatly. Before anyone could respond, the intercom crackled to life. The voice that came through was not one of the standard security officers. It was younger, strained, and unfamiliar. Dr. Saren, you need to hear this. We've got an external clearance override. Level 5. A visitor is requesting immediate entry. Medical emergency credentials. Saren stiffened. Who? The voice hesitated. Anna Fullweather. Marcus's head snapped toward the speaker. Anna? What the hell is she doing here? She accessed through off-site containment channels. The voice continued. Credentials. Verified. Secondary bioscreen confirms clean. Saren's jaw tensed. Bring her through, full escort. Triple screen all secondary access points. Minutes later, the sealed lab doors opened. Anna entered the observation room, wearing a fitted blue containment suit. Her faceplate revealed her expression, grim but focused. As she stepped forward, Marcus saw the exhaustion in her eyes, but also something more. Determination. You shouldn't have come, Marcus said. I didn't have a choice, she replied. They were working blind. I've been monitoring the recombinant variant since the first anomalies broke containment, and I've seen where your models were failing. Saren studied her coolly. You've been inside the back-end data stream. Anna didn't flinch. I never stopped analyzing the raw markers. Dre's gaze darted between them. You had access to all of this for how long? Long enough to know what we're facing, Anna replied. The mutations aren't random, they're following a convergence pattern. Saren folded her arms. We've seen the adaptive sequences. You've seen fragments, Anna countered. The hybrid strain is trying to stabilize. It's searching for equilibrium, and Marcus is its template. Saren's expression tightened but didn't deny it. The hive mass isn't seeking destruction, Anna continued. It's seeking correction. Marcus's immune response is teaching it how to reorganize. That's why the infected are converging on him. They're evolving into him, Dre asked. Into a version of him, Anna said, or using him as scaffolding to build something new. Saren's voice was measured. Which raises the question, can we intercept that adaptation pathway before it completes? Anna stepped to the console and produced a tablet, already loaded, with her sequencing models. If we can extract a fresh plasma sample from Marcus, we may be able to synthesize a destabilization antigen, something that interrupts the scaffold integration before full replication completes. Marcus stared at her. A cure. A suppressant. Anna corrected. It won't reverse the damage already done, but it may stop the expansion. Saren's fingers flew across the interface, scanning Anna's data. After a tense pause, she spoke. It's possible, and it's better than the alternative. Dre exhaled, his tension barely masked. And if this doesn't work? Saren's tone remained clinical. Then we execute sterilization protocols. The room trembled. Again, a deeper, more sustained vibration that rattled the ceiling fixtures. The monitors displayed the hive's leading edge as it pressed against the inner blast doors, tendrils probing and mapping the sealed barriers. They're adapting faster than we projected, Dre said, voice low. Anna's eyes locked on Marcus. We have to start the extractions now. Marcus nodded, feeling the warmth inside him coil as though it too sensed the narrowing window. I'm ready, he said. The laboratory had become a war room. Machines hummed steadily beneath dim, amber emergency lights. Banks of monitors streamed genetic models, protein scaffolds, and live mutation simulations at speeds the human eye struggled to track. The suppressant prototype rotated slowly inside a sealed glass chamber, a pale blue solution that shimmered gently, almost hypnotically, as the machines worked to finalize synthesis. Anna stood at the primary console, hands flying across the eye interface, eyes locked on cascading data feeds. 36 hours without sleep had hollowed her face, but her focus never wavered. Behind her, Marcus sat slumped against the far wall. The warmth inside his chest was no longer abstract, but steady, forceful and sentient. With each beat, he could feel the thing inside him pressing outward, as though trying to reach the hive closing in from beyond the walls. They're almost here, Dre said from the observation window, his voice tense but contained. Western sublevels have been breached. The hives are within 50 meters of this sector. Marcus forced himself upright, jaw clenched. They're not coming for the facility. They're coming for you, Anna said, not looking up from her work. The moment we isolated your samples, the hive began accelerating its approach. They feel the separation, Marcus whispered. They want to merge. Beyond the reinforced glass, the biological mass shifted like a living tide. What had once been hundreds of mutated individuals was now one massive organism. Flesh flowed along the floor in coordinated waves, tendrils retracting and extending, their movements disturbingly purposeful. Faces still flickered briefly within. The shifting tissues, half-formed, partially absorbed, their expressions frozen in a grotesque blend of agony and resignation. Dre turned from the window, lowering his voice. You can feel them, can't you? Marcus nodded slowly, his hand pressed instinctively to his chest. They're calling. Saren entered briskly, glancing between Anna's station and the expanding hive mass on the monitors. Her voice remained composed, but her eyes betrayed a crack in her confidence. The suppressant is nearly ready. The delivery unit is loaded for dispersal. She gestured toward the mobile canister platform stationed near the lab center, a pressurized chamber fitted with a rapid aerosol deployment system. We're prepared to flood the affected sectors as soon as the synthesis completes, she said. Marcus's voice was tight. But you still need one last sample. Anna finally looked up. The recombinant genome is still shifting. Without a final plasma draw, the suppressant's efficacy drops by nearly 60%. And the closer they get. Marcus trailed. Off. Anna nodded grimly. The more volatile your blood chemistry becomes. The building shuddered again. Distant impacts sent faint metallic echoes through the floor. We're running out of time, Dre said. They're using coordinated pulses, timing their impacts with structural resonance. They're trying to crack the walls like a shell. Marcus felt a sick certainty settle over him. They're learning. No, Saren corrected. They're evolving. The sensation in Marcus's chest surged sharply, forcing him to brace against the wall. The warmth wasn't warmth anymore. It was pressure, pushing outward like an expanding membrane. They're synchronizing with me, he rasped. Anna stepped to his side, prepping the extraction kit. We have to take the final draw. Now. The blast doors groaned under the weight of the advancing mass. With a thunderous metallic crack, the hinges gave way, folding inward as the hive surged into view. The chamber beyond filled with shifting, sinew and writhing appendages. Tendrils probed the air, delicate filaments spreading and retracting with terrifying precision. The infected no longer resembled any human form. They were components now, dissolved into a singular organism pulsing with one intelligence. "They're not attacking," Dre said, lowering his weapon slightly. "They're waiting." Marcus stepped forward, unable to resist the pull. His chest thrummed in perfect rhythm with the entity before him. "They're seeking integration," he whispered. Anna moved quickly, sterilizing his arm. "Hold still." The tendrils extended closer, splitting into hundreds of hair-like strands that trembled as though sensing Marcus's proximity. The mass made no overt move to strike. Yet, Anna found the vein instantly, sliding the needle into his arm. The vial filled slowly, the blood swirling with an unnatural blue undertone, a visible sign of the recombinant structures flowing through him. As the vial sealed, the hive reacted. The tendrils snapped forward. "Enough," Saren barked. "Get him back!" Dre grabbed Marcus by the shoulders, yanking him away as a filament sliced through the air inches from his face. The mass surged, tendrils lashing and retracting as the organism sensed the disturbance. Anna sprinted to the synthesizer, locking the final vial into place. The machines roared to life as the sequencing algorithms recalibrated with the fresh sample. "Final synthesis underway," Anna shouted. The hive responded to the shift instantly. The organism quivered, growing more aggressive, its appendages slamming against the glass with rhythmic force. "They know," Marcus gasped. "They know we're breaking the connection." The canister display ticked upward as the suppressant finalized. 72%, 89%, 94%. The structure outside buckled, sections of tissue splitting into branching pseudopods that clawed for entry. The synthesizer beeped. "Suppressant ready," Anna confirmed. "Deploying now." With a roar, the system released the aerosol suppressant into the air vents and directly into the chamber beyond. Thick white vapor exploded from nozzles, filling the corridor with dense fog that stung the senses. The hive convulsed instantly. Tendrils recoiled as black lesions bloomed along its shifting skin. The synchronized pulsations faltered, breaking into spasms. High-pitched shrieks filled the air, emanating from deep within the mass. A collective scream. Sections of the organism began sloughing off, collapsing into gelatinous piles as the recombinant structures unraveled. Nodules ruptured, membranes tore. Entire portions of the hive dissolved in rhythmic collapse. Dre opened fire as exposed cores of the creature spasmed helplessly. His rounds tore through softened tissue, now incapable of resisting. Marcus dropped to his knees, clutching his chest. The second pulse inside him, once insistent, now faded into a weaker echo. "They're breaking apart," Saren said breathlessly. "The suppressor is destabilizing replication across all sectors." The final thrashes of the hive filled the corridor as massive portions of the structure collapsed inward. Within minutes, what had once been a singular, coordinated entity dissolved into scattered, twitching remains. Lifeless and twitching spasms of broken tissue. The alarms continued to blare, but the assault was over. Only the consequences remained. The protest lines outside Omnitech's corporate tower stretched for blocks. Angry voices collided with flashing cameras, picket signs, and a sea of microphones feeding endless live broadcasts. Behind concrete barricades, federal agents escorted a string of black SUVs through a narrow security corridor, the vehicles slipping past the surging crowds like funeral processions. The angry rhythm of chants rose behind them. No more Omnivax. Justice for the infected. Never again. Inside his hospital room, Marcus watched it unfold on the small television mounted in the corner. The muted news anchors narrated over footage of company executives ducking past reporters and being ushered into the federal courthouse. Day 74 of the Omnitech hearings continues today, the anchor said, lips moving soundlessly on the screen. Federal indictments include criminal negligence, falsification of safety data, and reckless deployment of unvetted biomedical technologies. Marcus lowered the remote, silencing the broadcast entirely. The IV line in his arm thrummed in time, with the faint hiss of the delivery pump, steady doses of the suppressant still circulating through his system. His chest felt cool now. The unnatural warmth that had once pulsed beneath his sternum finally dulled into a hollow echo, but not gone. Anna sat nearby, eyes scanning a tablet filled with fresh genetic reports. She looked as drained as he felt, but her focus remained sharp. In the weeks since the breach, neither of them had slept easily. They still haven't found Saren, Anna said quietly, not looking up. She won't turn up, Marcus replied. People like her always know when to disappear. Anna sighed and finally set the tablet aside. Her last backup models were heavily redacted, but enough of her early sequencing still leaked before the hearing started. Pharmaceutical firms are already circling like vultures. The suppressant works, Marcus said, his voice weary. But this isn't over. Anna nodded grimly. The recombinant genome is dormant now. Suppressed, but integrated. She gestured faintly toward his IV. You, me, millions of others, we're all carriers. Marcus's fingers brushed lightly against his chest. The feeling there was now more akin to static, faint, ever-present background noise. A hum he could no longer fully separate from himself. They're calling it contained, he said, his voice flat. Celebrating a victory. They want the public to believe this was an isolated failure. Something controlled. Something learned from... They haven't learned anything. Marcus shook his head. They still don't understand what this thing really is, or what it might still become. Anna's expression tightened. The suppressants will need continuous updates. The antigen drift is already producing minor deviations across sectors. Every batch will need recalibration. He didn't answer right away. Outside his window, the autumn wind rattled skeletal branches against the glass. The city below moved, forward, eager to resume something resembling normal life. As if normal was still an option. Finally, Marcus spoke, his voice lower. Did you see the Florida report? Anna nodded stiffly. A child, 8 years old. He was part of the second wave of vaccinations. New markers? Marcus asked. Not identical, divergent scaffold behavior. Early stage recombination we haven't mapped before. The room settled into heavy silence again. They're calling it minor, Anna finally added. Isolated. They always do. Neither of them spoke for a long while. Finally, Anna stood and straightened her jacket, her exhaustion masked beneath the quiet rhythm of protocol. They'll increase monitoring, protocols, new antigen scans, broader suppressor rotations. But, Marcus met her eyes. But this isn't finished. Anna's voice was softer now. I'll notify you when the Florida markers finalize. She left quietly, the door clicking shut behind her. Marcus sat motionless, eyes returning to the muted television where protest footage continued looping in the background. Signs bobbed above the crowd. No more Omnivax. Biohubris kills. Never again. His gaze drifted back to the IV line, its contents feeding steadily into his bloodstream. Beneath his sternum, the faintest whisper of warmth flickered, again. It hadn't truly left. And somewhere beyond the walls of Marcus's hospital room, something was already stirring again.
Before we descend into the next terrifying tale, don't forget to subscribe, where true horror stories and real creepy encounters come to life in the dead of night. Like this video if you dare to hear more, and drop a comment below. Where in the world are you listening from? Is the darkness of your room making your eyelids heavy, or are you too scared to sleep? Let's see who's brave enough to stay awake for what's next.
Self-preservation. I never set out to make the Drunken Lantern my second home, but that's exactly what it had become over the years. The place wasn't much to look at. A squat, aging brick building wedged between a pawn shop and an abandoned hardware store on Monroe Street. The chipped neon sign above the door buzzed faintly, casting a sickly green glow onto the cracked sidewalk. On nights like this, with the wind howling down from the lake and rattling the loose gutter over the entrance, the bar had a way of feeling like both sanctuary and tomb. Inside, the constant low hum of conversations blended with the muted clinking of glasses. The place had been around longer than I had, and most of the regulars looked like they had come with the furniture. Booths lined the far wall under dim yellow lights, each with its own battered little table scarred by decades of restless hands and spilled drinks. The bar itself was a slab of stained oak, polished nightly but never clean. I slipped into my usual spot on the stool closest to the end, back to the door, as always. The stool wobbled slightly under my weight, but I barely noticed anymore. Big. Mike was behind the bar, drying a glass with a towel that looked as tired as I felt. He glanced up when he saw me, offering a nod that carried more understanding than any greeting could have. We'd danced this dance plenty of times. "Evening, Calvin," he said, setting the glass aside. "The usual?" I managed a thin smile and nodded. "Yeah, Mike. The usual." He poured the first shot of bourbon without comment, placing it in front of me with a soft clink. The amber liquid swirled slightly as I picked up the glass, studying it for a moment before tossing it back. The burn spread down my throat and settled into the hollow that had grown in my gut these past few years. Mike refilled the glass automatically. "How's the job treating you?" he asked, the question more habit than genuine curiosity. "Same as always," I replied. "Lucky to have it, I guess, keeps the lights on." The truth was less comforting. The factory cut hours every few months, and I was already behind on 2 credit cards. My health insurance barely covered the pills my doctor had prescribed for my blood pressure. That was assuming I even bothered filling the prescriptions, which I hadn't in a while. My ex-wife Shelley had taken care of that kind of thing back when we were still together. Now it was all on me, and I wasn't exactly the responsible type. Mike said nothing, just nodded and wiped down a section of the bar that didn't need wiping. We both understood the rhythm. Small talk was an unnecessary indulgence most nights. I knocked back the second shot and tapped the glass lightly against the wood. Mike raised an eyebrow, hesitating just a beat before refilling it. "You sure you want to keep up this pace tonight?" he asked. I waved him off. "It's fine. Been one of those days." Mike grunted and stepped away to serve another customer. He knew better than to push. I sat there for a while, staring into the third shot. My hand hovered for a moment before I lifted it to my lips and swallowed it down. The third shot was always the pivot point, the place where my mind started to blur around the edges and everything softened just enough to make the world feel tolerable again. That was when I saw her. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. The far corner booth, the one that usually sat empty this time of night, now had a single occupant. A woman. Pale, dark-haired, dressed in something that looked almost out of place, like she belonged to another era. The soft lighting barely reached her table, but I could see enough to know I hadn't seen her here before. She sat perfectly still, hands folded neatly on the table in front of her, eyes fixed in my direction. I blinked and looked away, trying to reset my focus, but when my gaze returned, she was still there, motionless. A faint chill crept up from the base of my spine, but I brushed it aside. The third shot always did that. Muddled perception just enough to play games with shadows and shapes. The mind filled in gaps when the alcohol began softening its grip on reality. Mike returned, catching the direction of my gaze. "You good, Calvin?" he asked. I forced a chuckle, shaking my head. Yeah. Just thought I saw someone I knew. That's all." Mike glanced toward the booth, then back at me with a puzzled expression. "Booth's empty, bud." I frowned, forcing my eyes back to the corner. She was still there. Same posture, same calm expression, though Mike clearly didn't see her. I rubbed my temples and exhaled slowly, careful not to let the unease crawl too far. The third shot was kicking harder tonight than usual. That's all. Nothing I hadn't handled before. If I let my head get away from me now, it would only spiral. I turned my attention back to the bar, keeping my eyes forward, though I could still feel her gaze lingering. The following evening, I found myself back at the Drunken Lantern. The cold evening air clung to my jacket as I pushed open the door, and slipped once more into the world of yellowed lights and murmuring voices. The atmosphere felt the same as always, but I carried something new with me. The faint unease that had settled over me the night before, now ever present. Big Mike was behind the bar again, polishing another glass with slow, steady circles. His face lifted when he saw me enter, and he gave the same nod he always did upon my return. "Evening, Calvin," he said. "You want the usual?" I pulled out the same stool, settling into its familiar creak. "Yeah, Mike, the usual." Without hesitation, he poured the first shot of bourbon, setting it gently in front of me. I reached for the glass and let the burn roll down my throat. The warmth spread through my chest, dulling the tightness that had built up over the day. The factory had been a drag, the machines louder than usual, the foreman more irritable, the hours longer than they had any right to be. Mike refilled my glass, and I offered him a half-hearted smile. "How's business tonight?" He shrugged. Same crowd, same complaints. His voice held a dry amusement, though his eyes still carried the same cautious glance they always did when I sat down for another night of drinking. I downed the second, shot a little faster this time, eager to let its effects smooth out the edges. The rhythm was automatic now. It was only when Mike reached for the bottle again that I felt hesitation ripple briefly through me, though I didn't let it show. He raised his eyebrows slightly. "Going for 3 again?" I nodded. "Might as well. Third one's the charm, right?" He said nothing, only poured the bourbon into the glass with the same practiced ease. It swirled lazily under the glow of the overhead bulbs. I lifted the glass slowly, pausing just long enough to glance toward the corner booth. She was there again. The same pale complexion, the same dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Her hands rested on the table, fingers intertwined. The shadows pooled around her, framing her like some carefully staged photograph, and just like before she was staring at me. The chill crept back into my chest, coiling tighter this time. I let the third shot slide down my throat, though it did little to steady my nerves. The alcohol dulled plenty, but not her presence. For a long moment she remained still. Then her lips parted. Her voice was quiet but carried across the room as though drawn directly to my ears. "You're dying, Calvin. You know that, don't you?" I blinked and glanced around quickly. None of the other patrons seemed to notice her. A pair of men at the far end of the bar were deep in conversation about last night's football game, and Mike had turned his attention to washing another glass. If anyone else heard her speak, they gave no sign. I looked back toward her, swallowing hard as I tried to steady my voice. "That so?" She nodded. "It's already begun. Your liver's failing. Each night you return here, you hasten what's coming." Part of me wanted to dismiss her entirely, to chalk it up to the third shot playing tricks on me again. Still, the way she spoke, softly, calmly, and self-assured, made it hard to brush aside so easily. "Who the hell are you?" I asked, my voice cracking at the edges. She tilted her head slightly as though studying me. "I'm someone who sees what you refuse to see. I know where this ends." My throat suddenly felt dry. I reached for my glass, realizing only as my fingers met the empty bottom that I had already finished it. She continued, her voice steady. "You'll lose your job first. The missed days will pile up as your body weakens. Then the bills will come due. Your savings won't last long. What little there is, and Shelley, well, you know what burdens she already carries." The mention of Shelley raised my hackles. It wasn't just the words themselves, but the certainty with which she spoke them, as if she had already watched my future play out. I laughed, though it came out thin and hollow. "You sound just like my doctor." Her eyes narrowed. "Your doctor sees only the surface. I see the full arc, Calvin, but it doesn't have to happen that way." I squinted at her, wary. "And let me guess, you've got some way to fix it?" She nodded once, the faintest curve of a smile touching her lips. "I can intervene. If you choose to stop drinking, I can give you the time you're losing. I can keep you from falling apart. Your family won't suffer for your mistakes. You won't leave them destitute." The words hung in the air, wrapped in an almost tempting simplicity. It sounded easy, too easy, and that alone made my skin crawl. I shook my head and laughed again, though the humor never reached my chest. You know what you sound like? One of those self-help commercials on late-night TV. Turn your life around, make better choices. I leaned forward slightly, lowering my voice. But you're not real. You're some kind of hallucination. Bourbon dreams. Her smile lingered, calm and unwavering. Believe what you like, but you know the truth of your condition, even if you refuse to say it aloud. I rubbed my hands over my face. When I lowered my hands, she was still there, watching me with that same patient stare as if she had all the time in the world. I looked back toward the bar, suddenly aware of how heavy my head had become. Mike caught my eye from down the counter and gave a small nod, wordless but understanding. I didn't look back at the corner booth again that night. 2 days passed before I finally gave in to the nagging voice that had burrowed itself into the back of my skull. It wasn't just the woman's words from the bar that had worked their way under my skin, though they certainly lingered. It was the way my hands had begun to tremble in the mornings, how I woke drenched in sweat, the dull ache beneath my ribs growing harder to ignore with each passing week. Denial only works for so long before the cracks start to show. The clinic sat 2 blocks off Main, wedged between an old insurance office and a laundromat that hadn't seen a full row of functioning machines in years. The waiting room smelled, faintly of antiseptic and tired carpeting, and the receptionist barely looked up as I checked in. Dr. Monroe called me in after a short wait. He was a soft-spoken man in his early 50s with thinning hair and a face that looked permanently exhausted. We had known each other for a while, though most of our appointments over the years had been short and routine. This visit carried a different weight. He glanced briefly at the chart before setting it aside. His chair creaked as he leaned forward, slightly folding his hands atop his knee. "Calvin," he said, his voice calm but measured. "Why don't you tell me what's going on?" I hesitated before answering, though I already knew there was little sense in pretending. "I've been feeling off lately, tired all the time. My stomach's been acting up, and, well, I figured it was time I stopped ignoring it." He nodded, saying nothing for a moment as he studied my face. "Still drinking?" I tried to meet his gaze, but my eyes drifted toward the floor. "Some. Not as much as I used to." That was a lie, of course. If anything, it had increased over the past few months. The 3rd shot had become 4th, then 5th on certain nights, but I didn't need him lecturing me yet, not until I knew exactly how bad it was. Dr. Monroe sighed and reached for his clipboard. "All right, let's run some blood work. I want to check your liver enzymes, among other things, and I'd like to do an ultrasound, just to see where we're at." The tests didn't take long, but the waiting afterward felt endless. By the time he called me back in to review the results, my mouth had gone dry. He sat across from me again, his expression carefully composed, though the gravity beneath it was clear enough. "Calvin, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Your liver function is severely compromised. The levels we're seeing suggest you're already in the early stages of cirrhosis." The words landed heavily, as though they carried a physical force. My ears rang for a moment, and I struggled to find my voice. That bad?" I stammered. He nodded. "If you continue drinking, the damage will only accelerate. You could start developing complications within months. Fluid retention, bleeding, infections, things that don't go away easily, and in some cases may not go away at all." I swallowed hard, my throat tightening. "What do I do?" I asked quietly. Dr. Monroe's tone softened slightly. "You need to stop drinking, Calvin. Completely. Your liver can recover to a degree if you make changes now, but time is not on your side. Every day counts." The room felt smaller somehow, the walls closing in as I sat there, absorbing the reality I had worked so hard to avoid. I nodded numbly, offering the empty promise I knew he expected. "I'll work on it." He held my gaze for a moment longer, as if weighing whether to press further, but finally gave a small nod. "I can refer you to a program if you're willing. It's going to take commitment, but there's still a chance you can still turn this around." I mumbled a thanks and gathered my jacket, though my legs felt unsteady beneath me. The fluorescent lights hummed softly overhead as I made my way back into the waiting room and out into the late afternoon chill. As I walked back toward my apartment, the conversation played over in my mind, overlapping with another that had taken place nearly 2 years earlier. I could still hear Shelley's voice in our kitchen that night, her hands clenched into small, trembling fists as tears streamed down her face. "I can't keep doing this, Cal," she had said, her voice breaking. "You promised me you'd stop. You promised more times than I can count, and every time I believe you, you find your way back to that damn bar." I had stood there, too numb or too proud to respond, unable to admit how far I had fallen. In the end, she had packed her things and left, taking our daughter with her. I hadn't seen either of them since. The guilt ate at me even now, its sharp edges dulled only by the bottle I kept returning to like some faithful, poisonous companion. That evening, despite everything the doctor had told me, I found myself once again sitting at the bar inside the Drunken Lantern. Big Mike looked at me with something resembling pity but said nothing as he poured the first shot. The bourbon burned on its way down, but this time the warmth offered no comfort. I glanced toward the corner booth. The woman was not there tonight. Somehow that unsettled me even more. The days that followed passed beneath a kind of haze that never fully lifted, even in the moments I spent away from the bar. I tried to quit, or at least to cut back, telling myself that I had finally reached the edge of the cliff and could no longer afford to keep inching closer. Each morning began with some fragile promise of restraint. But as the hours wore on and the weight of my failures settled across my shoulders, the pull of the bottle became too strong to resist. By the time evening rolled around, I was once again pushing open the familiar door to the Drunken Lantern. The warmth inside offered a perverse sort of comfort, the buzz of conversation once again mingling with the quiet clink of glassware behind the bar. Big Mike raised his eyes as I entered but did not speak. It was the silence of a man who had seen others fight and lose, the same battle more times than he cared to count. I sat at my usual stool, the cushion beneath me creaking under my weight. Mike poured my first shot without asking, and I drank it quickly, as though trying to silence the part of my mind that still whispered warnings. The second shot followed, then the third, each one blurring the edges of my thoughts a little more. The familiar numbness spread through my chest and arms, though it failed to quell my anxiety. As I lowered the empty third glass to the bar, I sensed her before I saw her. The air shifted slightly, or perhaps it was only my mind tricking itself again. But when I turned my head, she was there. The woman sat in the corner booth as though she had never left, her pale features framed by the dim light. Her dark hair shimmered faintly, and her eyes locked onto mine the moment I looked in her direction. Shelley's face was hollow, her eyes red and swollen. Her lips moved as though she were whispering some small comfort to our daughter, but the words never reached me. The little girl, our daughter, clung to her mother's coat, her small face buried against Shelley's side as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. The wind howled louder, and the vision shifted once more. Now I stood inside Shelley's modest apartment. The walls were thin, the furniture sparse. Unpaid bills sat piled on the kitchen counter, their bold red lettering screaming out warnings. Shelley sat at the table, her head buried in her hands, while our daughter colored quietly on a sheet of scrap paper nearby. The girl looked thinner than I remembered, her clothes worn, the shoes on her feet scuffed and too small. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the vision snapped away and I found myself back at the bar. My hands trembled slightly as I reached for the edge of the counter to steady myself. The woman remained where she had been, her gaze never wavering. "You see now," she said gently. "This is the future waiting for you, for them if you continue." I stared at her, my voice rough and low. "Why do you care? What's in it for you?" For the first time she hesitated. Her smile remained, but something behind her eyes shifted. "Because your suffering has weight, Calvin. Choices ripple outward, touching others in ways you may never fully see. I can ease that burden for you and for them." Her words dangled in the air, inviting yet unsettling. The promise of mercy mixed with something I could not yet name, and the ambiguity in her tone made my skin prickle. I looked away, my head swimming with the afterimage of Shelley's tears and my daughter's angst-ridden face. The ache in my chest had grown sharper, but the drink remained in front of me, offering its familiar poisonous comfort. In the end, I raised my glass again, even as her eyes followed the motion with quiet, patient understanding. The nights blended together. After that, each time I told myself I would not return, but each evening ended the same. Seated beneath the dim lights of the drunken lantern, staring into the amber swirl of my third helping. The pull was no longer just the drink itself. Something heavier kept drawing me back, something far more persistent than thirst or habit. She was always there now. The woman sat in her corner booth like some permanent fixture, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders in the same effortless manner. Her pale, hands resting motionless on the tabletop, she watched me with an unsettling calm, as if waiting for me to finally understand what had been there all along. That night, the silence between us broke sooner than usual. Her voice slipped through the space like silk, brushing against my ears, with quiet intimacy. "You have seen enough, Calvin. You know what is coming if nothing changes." I stared into my glass, unwilling to meet her gaze directly. My voice was flat when I answered. "I know what the doctor said. I know what you've shown me." She nodded, the motion slow, as though reinforcing what neither of us needed to say aloud. "And still you come here," she said softly. "Still you drink." My throat tightened as I forced down the familiar burn of the bourbon. "It's not that simple." She offered a faint smile, one that carried neither judgment nor mockery. "No, it rarely is." For a long moment, bar ambiance filled the silence between us. The world outside our corner of the dive seemed distant, less real somehow. Then she spoke again, her voice lower now, as if inviting me closer. "Would you like me to ease this burden?" she asked. I let the words hang for a moment, my mind crawling along the edges of her meaning. "Ease it how?" "I can intervene, as I've told you. Your family will not suffer. Your daughter will not go hungry. Shelley will not bear the weight of your passing. The threads unraveling around you can be gathered and secured." I met her eyes then, unable to mask the suspicion rising within me. "And in return, you're not offering this out of kindness?" The faintest flicker of amusement passed across her features. "No, not out of kindness." "Then what?" My voice grew rougher, the frustration pressing closer to the surface. "What do you want from me?" She sat straighter, her hands folding, neatly together atop the table as though preparing to deliver a formal proposal. "Suffering, Calvin. That is my sustenance. Not the suffering of your family, nor the physical collapse of your body. Those bring me little. What nourishes me is the private, quiet torment that lives inside you. The guilt, the regret, the hollow ache you carry every day, whether you drink or not." A cold wave crawled beneath my skin. I stared at her, trying to steady my breathing, as her words sank deeper. "You mean you want me to live," I said slowly, piecing it together, "but not to heal." She nodded once, her voice still gentle. "Precisely. You will live longer than you would on your own, but you will carry your burden with you. The guilt will remain, as will the knowledge of what might have been. That pain is sustaining." I clenched my jaw, my hand tightening around the glass. So either I drink myself to death and leave them to suffer, or I live. Like this. "There is no path free of consequence," she replied. "Only choices." For a moment, the world outside the bar seemed to fade entirely. The dim light above the counter flickered softly, casting shadows along the bottles lined behind Big Mike. The other patrons' conversations blurred into a distant murmur, as if I had been drawn into some separate chamber where only she and I existed. Hers was a perverse kind of mercy, My family would be spared, but at the price of carrying the very guilt that had brought me here in the first place. And somehow, I realized with a sick twist of clarity, part of me had been waiting for this, had wanted someone to offer me a way out that let me keep my failures while pretending they served some purpose. She watched me closely, her head tilting slightly, as though reading my thoughts as they formed. "You sought escape in the bottle, Calvin," she said softly. "I offer a different kind of escape. A quieter one." I let out a long breath. The familiar burn of the bourbon was gone now, replaced by something colder and far more insidious. For the first time, I understood her true nature. The following morning, the ache behind my eyes had dulled, though a familiar pressure remained behind my temples. My mouth tasted dry and metallic, but the worst of it had receded, leaving behind the remnants of something that had once been overwhelming. I stared at the ceiling for a long while before rising. The apartment was quiet except for the faint hum of the refrigerator, the air heavy with the scent of stale coffee grounds and the lingering residue of old cigarette smoke. The bottles that once littered the kitchen counter were gone, swept into a garbage bag the night before. I had not allowed myself time to think as I filled it, moving mechanically, afraid that any pause might weaken my resolve. The urge to return to the drunken lantern remained, though its pull had shifted. It was no longer the promise of release that called to me. A kind of gravity had settled in me, drawing me back to where all of this had begun. That evening, as the sun dipped beneath the rooftops and shadows stretched across Monroe Street, I found myself once again pushing open the door to the bar. The familiar hum of conversation washed over me, mingling with the scent of old varnish and worn leather. The neon glow from the sign outside bled through the fogged windows, casting soft green hues along the floor. Big Mike looked up from behind the bar. As I approached, he offered a small nod, more cautious than his usual greeting. "You back for another round?" he asked, his voice careful. I shook my head. "Just a club soda tonight." He raised his eyebrows but said nothing, retrieving a clean glass and filling it with ice before setting it gently in front of me. The soda fizzed softly as the carbonation danced to the surface. I wrapped my fingers around the glass, feeling the cool condensation against my skin. I let the cold liquid settle in my mouth for a moment before swallowing. The absence of burn was jarring, a sharp reminder of the choice I had made, or at least, of the choice I believed I had made. Out of habit more than intention, my eyes drifted toward the corner booth. She was there. The woman sat in her usual place, hands folded neatly atop the table, her posture as still and graceful as ever. Her pale features caught the dim light, casting faint shadows beneath her high cheekbones. She did not speak this time. Instead, she watched me with a faint, knowing smile, as though observing a seed she had planted now beginning to take root. The conversations around me continued, the other patrons oblivious to her presence, as they always had been. The clink of glasses and muffled din of idle chatter filled the space. But in that corner of the room, the silence between us remained unbroken. I sipped from my glass again, the cool bitterness of the soda anchoring me in the moment. Yet even as I sat there, sober for the first time in longer than I cared to admit, I could feel her presence lingering like a shadow stitched to my spine. This was not freedom. Not really. The bargain had been struck, whether by my words or by my weakness, and now she waited. Not for my death, but for what would follow in the slow, steady absence of the drink. The guilt would remain, carefully tended and cultivated, its weight pressing inward as the days stretched ahead. Her smile remained quiet and patient, as though content to let time do its work. I looked away, fixing my gaze on the rippling surface of the soda in my glass. The bubbles rose and burst softly, marking time in delicate vanishing moments, and still, from the corner of my vision, I could feel her watching. 6 months had passed since I last touched a drop of liquor, and for the first time in years, my mornings no longer began with a pulsing ache behind my eyes or the sour taste of last night's mistakes clinging to my tongue. The apartment, once, cloaked in the stale scent of spilled bourbon and old smoke, smelled clean now, though faint traces of those years still clung to the corners. The empties had long since been hauled away, the broken habits swept beneath the surface of something that resembled stability. My skin held color again, my weight had leveled out, and the tremors in my hands had long since subsided. Even my doctor, surprised by the blood work, offered a tight-lipped nod during my last visit, noting how remarkable my recovery was. He had no words to explain it fully, though his eyes betrayed a skepticism he would not voice aloud. The factory had reinstated me full-time, and with steady hours came steady pay. My landlord, once growing impatient with my overdue rent, now greeted me politely when our paths crossed. The world around me seemed to reward my effort, as if finally acknowledging my repentance. But beneath it all, I could feel her still. The woman remained, though she had not spoken since that last exchange. I saw her whenever I visited the Drunken Lantern, which I still did some evenings out of habit, ordering nothing stronger than a soda. She sat in her corner booth, observing me, her expression placid, her posture composed. She had no need to speak. Her presence was enough to remind me of the arrangement we had made, the invisible contract binding us both. Some nights I wondered whether she was there at all, or if my mind conjured her as a warning, a marker of what I had become. Yet each time my eyes found that booth, she was there, waiting. Still, I allowed myself hope. Cautiously, I had begun to reach back into the life I had abandoned. It started with a phone call to Shelley. The first conversation was brief, her voice cautious, her words measured. She had heard of my sobriety from mutual acquaintances, though her disbelief was evident even as she offered polite congratulations. I did not press. I knew better than to demand trust where none had been earned. Over time, though, she allowed more. A second call followed a few weeks later, then another. Eventually, she permitted me brief visits with our daughter, supervised at first and always with an undercurrent of tension, but visits nonetheless. The first time I saw my daughter again, I hardly recognized her. She had grown taller, her features maturing into an early version of the woman she would one day become. The last time I had held her hand, it had been small, the grip loose and childlike. Now her fingers felt stronger and more assured, though they trembled slightly as she took my hand with hesitant curiosity. We spent those visits at public parks, strolling beneath the bare branches as autumn bled into winter. I told her stories, some real, some invented, and she listened with wide, uncertain eyes, searching my face as though trying to reconcile the man standing before her with the man she remembered. Shelley remained distant during these visits, her arms crossed, her eyes sharp, but even she allowed herself the smallest cracks of softness. A brief smile when our daughter laughed, a nod when I returned her safely and on time. The ice between us had not thawed, but fissures had formed. In those moments I almost believed I had beaten it, that whatever force the woman represented had lost interest, satisfied with the bargain we had struck. Yet each time I returned to the Drunken Lantern, she was there. And each time I met her gaze, her expression seemed almost amused, as if watching a performance whose ending she already knew. Big Mike had noticed my change as well. On one particular evening, as I nursed my soda, he spoke softly while drying, glasses behind the counter. "You're looking better these days, Calvin." Trying to keep it that way, I replied, my voice steady. He nodded, his eyes flicking briefly toward the corner booth before returning to me. "Good. Keep at it." The implication hung in the air, unspoken but understood. Whether or not Mike saw her, he sensed something lingering in that booth, something neither of us dared name. Despite everything, a fragile optimism took root. My hands no longer trembled, my steps no longer staggered. I was rebuilding, brick by careful brick. But beneath the steady rhythm of my new life, beneath the repaired relationships and regained trust, a slow, quiet current coiled in the dark, waiting. And she watched. Forever and always she watched. For a time it seemed as though the pieces might hold together. The rhythm of my days settled into something steady, almost fragile in its simplicity. I worked my shifts at the factory, exchanged brief but pleasant conversations with Shelley, and cherished every limited hour I was allowed with my daughter. I clung to the thought that perhaps the worst was behind me, that my willingness to change had shifted the tide. But as winter gave way to spring, the seams began to fray. It started with Alan. He had been one of the few friends who had not entirely written me off during my worst years. Though our contact had grown sporadic while I spiraled, he was one of the first to answer when I reached out again. We met for coffee on a quiet Sunday morning, and for the first time in years, we spoke easily, as though no time had passed at all. He offered to help, to reconnect me with some of the people I had lost along the way, to rebuild the bridges I had so thoroughly burned. Less than a week later, Alan's car was struck head-on by a delivery truck whose driver had fallen asleep at the wheel. The crash killed him instantly. I attended the funeral, standing apart from the clusters of mourners who had gathered beneath a low, overcast sky. The priest's voice droned softly over the heads of the grieving, but the words were distant, hollow against the storm brewing inside me. The woman stood near the edge of the cemetery beneath a black umbrella, her figure faint beneath the veil of mist. She did not move, nor did she approach. She simply watched, her eyes fixed on me. I saw it then. Not satisfaction exactly, but a kind of deep, quiet nourishment. The moment I felt my chest tighten, when I had to look away from Alan's casket just to keep standing. Her posture straightened ever so slightly. Her skin looked smoother, almost luminous beneath the gray sky. That was the first time I understood what she was doing. She wasn't punishing me. She wasn't reaping misfortune at random. She was harvesting me. Other fractures followed. Shelley's boyfriend, a man named Marcus who had treated both her and my daughter well, called one evening to say he had lost his job. The company was downsizing, and his department had been cut without warning. His voice over the phone was full of confidence, but the fear behind his words was unmistakable and familiar. In the weeks that followed, I saw the toll the loss of Marcus's job took on Shelley. The tension in her face grew sharper each time we spoke. The stress of finances returned, the old burdens weighing her down. Though she never said it directly, I could feel the resentment simmering beneath her polite words when I visited my daughter. Each time she looked at me with that buried anger, each time I saw the weight I had once laid on her begin to return, I felt it again, the shame curling in the pit of my stomach. And each time in the back of my mind I could feel the woman's attention sharpening, as though feeding on the helplessness that festered inside me. Then came the accident at school. I was at work when Shelley called, her voice panicked. My daughter had fallen from the monkey bars during recess. Her arm was broken, though the doctor said she was lucky it had not been worse. Shelley's voice cracked as she spoke, the sharp edge of her anxiety slicing through every syllable. I rushed to the hospital, finding my daughter pale, groggy, and sedated beneath a thin blanket, lying there in anticipation of surgery. She smiled, weakly when she saw me, but I saw the sheen of pain in her eyes. I held her hand gently, afraid to squeeze too hard. The helplessness I felt in that room was unlike anything I had known in sobriety. My mind raced with questions I had no answers for. I cursed the teachers, the playground equipment, the school, nurse, the timing of the call, everything I could think of that wasn't me. But the guilt came anyway, and she felt it. That evening I returned to the bar, not for a drink, just to breathe. The weight had grown too much to bear in the silence of my apartment. The familiar creak of the door, the warm glow of the low lights, and the soft hum of conversation greeted me as they always did. Big Mike offered a nod but said nothing, sensing the storm beneath my calm exterior. I took my usual seat, my hands resting flat against the bar, fingers splayed to steady myself. The soda glass sat untouched before me, its ice slowly melting. She was there. The woman sat in her booth, her posture perfect, her hands folded neatly atop the table. She watched me with that same unwavering gaze. But now something had changed. Her skin had color it hadn't before. Her features had grown subtly sharper. Her hair shimmered as if brushed by light no one else could see. She was full, or, at least fuller than before. I rose slowly from my stool and crossed the space between us. The other patrons continued their conversations, oblivious or perhaps incapable of seeing the transaction about to unfold. As I reached the edge of her booth, she inclined her head slightly, inviting but offering no words. I stood there, my voice low but trembling. "You're feeding off this." Her gaze did not waver. "I told you I draw sustenance from suffering. You carry it with you, and you spread it." I clenched my teeth. Alan's death, Marcus losing his job, my daughter. My voice cracked. "You did this." Her voice was soft but unyielding. "I did not cause it. I merely remain near. These things unfold around you. I harvest what arises from your grief. That was the agreement." I shook my head. "That wasn't the deal." "You misunderstand what was offered," she said, tilting her head slightly. "You asked for time. You asked that your family be spared your absence. I granted that. You live. They live. But there is no protection from life itself, Calvin. Only from death. And I am not its keeper." I looked at her, at the gleam behind her eyes, the subtle flush of vitality in her cheeks, the faint glow beneath. Her skin, and I knew. Every pang of guilt, every sleepless night, every moment I had stood helpless in the face of my own failure had gone into her. She didn't just feed on suffering. She grew from it. She refined it, polishing it into sustenance, and wore it like jewelry beneath her skin. I turned away, the room tilting under the realization of the true scope of my predicament. The soda had grown flat, the last fragments of ice drifting lazily. All the while she watched, stronger than ever. The days that followed brought no relief, only the steady accumulation of dread. My thoughts were increasingly incoherent. They circled endlessly, tightening like a snare as I watched her grow in power while the world around me unraveled. The helplessness had curdled into something bitter. I could feel it burning beneath my ribs, a restless ache that grew with each new misfortune. And with it, I saw the shimmer behind the woman's eyes grow brighter. One evening, as the factory whistle blew and my shift ended, a sudden urge seized me. I walked past my apartment without stopping, my hands trembling in my pockets. The air was cold, but I felt none of it. My feet carried me straight to the drunken lantern as though guided by instinct. The bar's familiar creak and the low murmur of conversation washed over me as I entered. Big Mike glanced up from behind the counter, his eyes narrowing slightly. As I approached, I did not hesitate. Sliding onto my usual stool, I fixed my gaze on him. My voice came out steady, but it felt foreign in my mouth. "Pour me one." He froze for a moment, unsure if he had heard me correctly. "You sure about that?" "Yes." I kept my voice flat, fighting the tremor building behind my teeth. "One." Mike hesitated, but eventually turned and pulled the familiar bottle from the shelf. The bourbon caught the light as he poured it into the glass, setting it down before me with careful precision. I stared at it, my mouth filling with the memory of its effects, practically salivating in anticipation. For a moment, I allowed myself to believe that maybe this would be the release I needed, that perhaps surrendering would give me back some piece of myself she had hollowed out. I raised the glass to my lips and drank. The bourbon hit my tongue, strong and familiar, but the sensation shattered the moment it reached my throat. A violent surge ripped through my chest and stomach. My vision narrowed as my body convulsed. The glass slipped from my hand and shattered against the floor as I fell to my knees beside the stool, retching uncontrollably. A bitter, sour flood burst from my stomach, splashing onto the wood beneath me. My throat seized and my chest spasmed as wave after wave brought me to my knees. Big Mike moved around the bar, gripping my shoulder as I heaved. His voice hovered above me, concerned but distant. "Jesus, Calvin, what the hell's happening?" I couldn't muster an answer. My body refused to allow even that small act of control. When the retching finally subsided, I slumped back against the stool, wiping my mouth with the back of my sleeve. My breath rasped through my teeth, but the nausea still coiled in my gut, waiting to strike again. Mike crouched beside me. "You sick? Food poisoning or something?" I shook my head, unable to find the words. Then, through the blur of my tears and the haze of dizziness, I saw her again. The woman sat in her booth, unfazed by the disruption around. Her face glowed faintly beneath the dim lights, her eyes locked on mine with a quiet, fixed authority. She said nothing, but I understood. The moment I could stand, I staggered to the bathroom and cleaned myself up as best I could, though the shaking in my hands refused to settle. My skin was clammy, my stomach still twisting beneath the surface. But something deeper had shifted. It was not only alcohol. I discovered that in the days that followed. When I tried to calm myself with cigarettes, the smoke sent me into violent coughing fits, my lungs seizing after only a few drags. When I reached for greasy takeout in a moment of weakness, my stomach rejected it before I could finish half the meal. When I tried to dull my mind with over-the-counter sleep aids, I spent the entire night pacing, my limbs restless, my skin crawling with invisible needles. It did not matter what method I chose. My body repelled them all. I was being preserved. The woman allowed me no poisons, no vices, no means of sabotage. My health remained intact, my flesh unwilling to rot from the inside. I could not escape into sickness. She would not allow it. One night, after yet another failed attempt, I returned to the drunken lantern. The stool beneath me creaked as I sat staring into the empty glass in front of me. The soda was untouched, the ice long since melted. She waited in her usual place as she always had. This time she spoke. "You are mine, Calvin," she said, her voice carrying easily through the air, as though the noise of the bar bent around. Her words. "You cannot unmake what has been done." Her voice was neither cruel nor mocking. It carried the finality of a lock closing into place. I looked at her, and for the first time, I saw the prison for what it was. Not bars, not chains. Something far more suffocating. It was the life I had fought to reclaim, and she had made certain I would live it. In the weeks that followed, my desperation curdled into something colder and far more dangerous. I understood now that there would be no peace waiting for me at the bottom of a bottle or in the creeping corrosion of my health. She had locked every door that led inward, but there were still other exits. I began to plan. The first attempt was almost impulsive, though the thought had nested in my head for days beforehand. I drove out to the lake after my shift ended, parking near the old pier where the water ran deep and dark. The shoreline was empty, the sky heavy with low clouds that strangled the moonlight. The wind tore across the surface, rattling the wooden planks beneath my feet as I stepped to the edge. The cold bit through my skin as I waded out, pushing forward until the lake swallowed my waist, then my chest, and finally my throat. My breath came faster as the icy water pulled at my ribs, urging me downward. I let myself sink beneath the surface, eyes squeezed shut, lungs burning as the darkness pressed in. But something seized my legs, not a hand or a force I could see, but a convulsion that twisted my muscles sharply, snapping my body into motion against my will. My head broke the surface before I could stop it, and air rushed into my chest with a ragged gasp. My limbs flailed toward the shore, propelling me forward with a strength I did not summon. Each time I tried to stop swimming, my arms betrayed me, pulling me closer to the beach until my knees struck the shallows. I collapsed on the gravel, heaving, shivering, unable to fully comprehend whether I had saved myself or been pushed. My body lay spent beneath the whispering wind, but my eyes found her almost immediately. The woman stood near the edge of the pier, her figure outlined against the shifting gray of the clouds. She said nothing, but her posture radiated something, close to irritation, as if my disobedience had mildly inconvenienced her. I tried again. A week later, I made my way to the old railway crossing near the industrial park. The trains still ran heavy there, screaming through town as they carried freight eastbound. I stood at the edge of the tracks, watching the distant headlights approach, the twin beams growing brighter against the black. The timing had to be perfect. If I jumped too early, the train would stop. If I hesitated too long, there would be nothing left. I waited, measuring each beat of my pulse. As the horn wailed and the rails vibrated beneath my feet, I lunged forward. The ground betrayed me. A loose patch of gravel slid under my shoes, sending me sprawling backward instead of forward. My legs collapsed, and I fell hard onto my side. As the train roared past, its steel bulk screaming inches from my face, the force of the wind it carried knocked me further into the embankment, pressing me into the dirt as though the earth itself wanted me out of its way. When the train was gone, I lay there in the silence, my heart racing. The woman appeared again, beyond the tracks, as if she had simply stepped from the air itself. Her expression was unchanged, but her eyes gleamed faintly beneath the pale spill of the streetlights. The message was clear. She was watching. She was always watching. The following days became a blur of rehearsed accidents. I veered my car toward oncoming traffic, but tires screeched and swerved away before impact. I tried tampering with the wiring in my apartment, but the breaker tripped harmlessly every time. I even stood beneath a construction crane during an unscheduled visit to a job site, praying for equipment failure or falling debris. But the machinery held steady. The hooks never slipped. The cables never snapped. Every attempt unraveled just as it began, as though the world itself conspired to keep me upright. And always, she was there. Each failure left me more erratic, my mind fraying as the futility of my efforts gnawed at the edges of my sanity. The helplessness no longer sat quietly beneath my ribs. It stalked me through every waking hour, whispering, tightening. It was after the sixth attempt, when a ruptured gas line miraculously sealed itself before my lighter could spark, that she finally approached directly. I was sitting alone in my apartment, the stench of gas still lingering faintly in the air, the lighter still clutched in my shaking hand. The room felt smaller than it had ever been, its walls closing in with a pressure I could no longer ignore. Then she appeared. The woman materialized across the room without fanfare, her presence as steady as always, though her features seemed sharper now, her skin radiant with the fullness of everything she had drawn from me. She looked not angry, but tired of the game. We made an agreement, she said softly, her voice as smooth as the night air. You are not permitted to undo it. I glared at her, my voice cracked and raw. You're feeding on me. Her expression held no denial. I have sustained you. You are alive as promised. But your struggle, your grief, nourishes me, and it will continue to do so. I stood, my hands trembling. I can't do this. You will, she replied. Or others will suffer in your place. I have allowed much. Do not force me to collect elsewhere. The chill behind her words settled into my bones. For the first time, the threat was spoken aloud. The cost of further resistance would not fall solely on me. She stepped back into the corner of the room, fading from sight as if swallowed by the air itself, leaving me alone once again in the silence that followed. But the message remained, heavy and unmovable. I had tried to bargain, I had tried to surrender. Now I saw the prison in full, and still, she watched. The warnings had done nothing to soften my resolve. If anything, they had clarified it. There was no life for me here, no bargain that could be honored. The longer I remained within her reach, the more the weight of my failure would gather around those I loved. I had seen it too many times now, her feeding, her growth, her quiet, parasitic satisfaction. And I knew the only way to sever the tether was to disappear entirely, to break the threads before she could weave them tighter. I devised the plan carefully. I chose a weekend when Shelley, wearied by my recent stretch of apparent stability, allowed me an overnight visit with my daughter. She had grown more comfortable letting us have time together, though I could still see the careful reserve behind her eyes each time she handed over the little overnight bag. This time, I took the bag, nodded my thanks, and promised we would return Sunday afternoon. We would not. I had packed what I could in secret. Cash, food, spare clothes, a burner phone. The truck's tank was full. I planned a route that would take us north, into the back roads that crawled toward the state border where I could lose whatever faint trail might follow. There would be no goodbyes, no explanations, only escape. My daughter sat in the passenger seat beside me, her small frame bundled in a puffy jacket, her eyes bright with the excitement of a trip she did not understand. She asked where we were going, but I smiled and told her it was a surprise. I couldn't bring myself to say more. The sky darkened as we drove, the long stretch of highway ahead lit only by the occasional flicker of roadside lamps and the endless sweep of the headlights cutting through the early winter fog. The radio hummed softly beneath our voices, and for a brief moment some part of me dared to believe that this might work, that I had finally found a seam in the prison walls. But the world has a way of closing in. Somewhere just past mile marker 212, where the highway curved sharply along the edge of an embankment, a set of headlights appeared too suddenly ahead, weaving wildly across the divider line. The oncoming sedan jerked erratically as its driver fought for control, the distance between us evaporating in seconds. I gripped the wheel and swerved hard to the right, tires screaming as we veered off the pavement. The truck skidded across the loose gravel shoulder. I tried to correct, to guide us back onto the road, but the rear wheels lost traction entirely. The world spun sideways. There was a sickening lurch as the truck's frame twisted beneath us, metal groaning under the strain. The embankment gave way beneath the weight, and the vehicle tumbled, rolling end over end down the steep incline. Glass shattered around us, shards catching the faint light as they scattered into the darkness. When the truck came to rest, it did so on its roof, its weight creaking against the twisted guardrail and the crushed remains of an old tree. For several seconds, there was no sound, but the gentle hiss of leaking fluids and the faint ticking of the cooling engine. I hung upside down by the seatbelt. The wind knocked from my chest, my vision swimming. My hands fumbled numbly with the latch until it gave way, dropping me heavily onto the roof of the cab. Panic surged as I turned toward the passenger seat. Her small frame hung still, too still, the belt cutting sharply into her tiny chest. Her face was pale, streaked with blood that ran in narrow rivulets from a gash along her temple. Her eyes were closed. I scrambled toward her, my hand shaking violently as I struggled to release the buckle. When it finally gave, she slumped into my arms, limp and cold. I called her name, once, twice, a dozen times. My voice broke with each repetition, cracking under the weight of what I refused to accept. I pressed my ear against her chest, praying for breath, for the faintest flutter beneath her ribs. There was nothing. Somewhere above, distant sirens wailed, their echo weaving through the hills as first responders closed in. The flashing red and blue lights painted the trees in violent colors, strobing across my daughter's lifeless face. I held her there, cradling her against my chest, rocking gently as if motion alone could summon life back into her. My tears soaked into her jacket, my breath hissing through clenched teeth as the numbness consumed me. Then I saw her. The woman stood at the edge of the clearing, her figure illuminated by the rotating beams of the rescue trucks as they maneuvered down the embankment. She looked different now, fuller, radiant in a way that was almost obscene beneath the gravity of what had just unfolded. Her skin seemed to hum beneath the lights, her eyes gleaming with a richness I had not seen before. The sharpness of her features had softened into something regal, as though she had been elevated by the meal I had unwittingly prepared. Her gaze met mine, steady, unflinching, and utterly saturated with satisfaction. The grief inside me cracked, wide, splitting apart whatever fragments I had held together for so long. The howl that tore from my chest was not one of rage, but of something deeper, something that emptied me entirely. I could feel her feeding. The raw agony of that moment poured into her like blood drawn from an open wound, her posture straightening, as the fullness of it soaked into her core, and I was powerless to stop it. I stayed like that until the paramedics pried my daughter from my arms, until they wrapped her in the pale cloth and lifted her onto the gurney that would carry her away. The woman remained through it all, silent, watching, her radiance growing brighter beneath the pulse of my devastation. Part 20. The days that followed bled together into a gray, shapeless current. The funeral came and went like a hollow ritual, its weight staggering not for its ceremony, but for what it could not undo. Faces drifted past me, friends, family, strangers, all offering their words of comfort as though any arrangement of syllables could soften what had been carved into me. Shelley stood at a distance throughout the service, her grief folding inward, while mine spilled out unchecked. She did not speak to me beyond what necessity required. In her eyes, I saw only the confirmation of every fear she had once held, now realized in the worst possible way. The reporters, the detectives, the endless questioning afterward, all of it passed through me without leaving marks. The accident was ruled as such, a tragic confluence of mechanical failure and misfortune. No charges, no arrests, only the unrelenting echo of absence. And through all of it, the woman did not appear. Not immediately. Her absence was a presence of its own, more suffocating than her gaze had ever been. For the first time since our bargain was struck, I could not feel her watching. The hunger that had once hovered so near seemed finally quieted. But that silence carried its own kind of dread. Eventually, as the weight of empty hours pulled me back toward familiar patterns, I returned to the drunken lantern. The bar was nearly empty that evening, its usual low hum reduced to the quiet scrape of Mike's rag along the counter and the occasional soft clink of glassware. The air smelled of old varnish and the faint metallic bite of the soda. I sipped out of habit more than desire. Mike glanced at me briefly as I took my usual seat, but offered no words. There was nothing left between us that words could reach. I sat there, feeling the brittle edges of the world pressing in around me when I sensed her. She was standing behind me, though I had not heard her enter. The air shifted faintly, the temperature bending just enough for my skin to recognize the shape of her presence before my eyes followed. I turned slowly. The woman stood there, unchanged in posture but transformed in bearing. Her radiance had grown to something almost ethereal, her features smoothed and sharpened in equal measure. Where once her beauty had been unsettling, it now carried the quiet authority of something fully fed, fully satisfied. Her eyes held mine without effort, and for a moment, I could no longer muster the strength to feel anything at all. She spoke, softly, her voice threading through the emptiness of the bar like silk against skin. "It is complete." The words did not require explanation. The hollow inside me trembled under their weight. "I have fed, and I am satisfied," she continued. "Your suffering has nourished me as I knew it would, and as promised, you have been spared." I swallowed against the dryness in my throat, my voice barely finding its way into the air. "Spared?" She inclined her head slightly, as though granting an audience rather than offering comfort. "You will experience a long life, Calvin, devoid of physical pain. Your body will not decay as others do. Your health will endure." The pause that followed was deliberate. She allowed the words to settle fully before continuing. "It is my reward to you." The sickness that welled inside me was not from her promise, but from the truth behind it. There would be no more accidents, no more escapes. I would live, fully, for as long as my mind could bear it. She studied me for a moment longer, as though weighing whether any final lesson remained to be taught. Finding none, she offered a faint smile, neither cruel nor warm, but simply final. Then she was gone. No flicker, no vanishing into mist, no parting flourish of supernatural display. She simply ceased to occupy the space where she had stood, as though the world had quietly sealed the door behind her. And with her departure came the most unbearable silence of all. For the first time since she had entered my life, I sat alone. Truly, utterly alone. Part 3. The years folded over themselves, stacking one atop the next with an unnatural smoothness. as if time itself had been ironed flat beneath an invisible weight. The seasons changed, the world moved on, but my body, bound to the shape it had taken when she left me, refused to follow. In the first few years after her departure, I waited for the damage to begin, for the slow decay that should have crept into my joints, for the weight of time to announce itself through weakness, illness, or pain. But each morning, I woke the same as I had been the morning before. Shelley remarried once, briefly. The man she chose was kind enough, though I saw, in her eyes, that she never fully returned to who she had been before the accident. The second marriage dissolved quietly, and after that she never married again. She grew older, her hair silvering, her posture softening. She aged with the grace of someone who had already lost more than time could threaten. When she passed, I stood at the back of the service much as I had for Alan years before. The mourners whispered politely about my appearance, about how I had held up over the years. None dared to say aloud what each of them saw, that I had not aged, not in any meaningful way. Her grave joined our daughters beneath the old maple tree at Fairview Cemetery. I visited them both often, sometimes in the early hours before the groundskeeper arrived, sometimes late at night, when the world quieted, enough for the weight inside me to settle fully against my ribs. Friends fell away in steady succession. Some slipped quietly into their final beds. Others fought fiercely against the illnesses that crept upon them in their last years. I attended their funerals, each one carving out a little more space inside me, where grief gathered like a slow flood rising against unyielding stone. Eventually, the world outside began to take notice. The first doctor to study me grew increasingly puzzled as bloodwork after bloodwork returned within perfect ranges. Scans, tests, evaluations, all normal, healthy, stable, unchanged. When word spread, the researchers came. They ran their batteries of examinations with quiet fascination, their white coats rustling like paper as they moved from machine to machine, their faces lit by the soft glow of monitor screens. They whispered phrases like biological anomaly and age-resistant physiology, careful to keep their tones clinical, while their eyes betrayed their wonder. The press followed soon after. Journalists labeled me everything from miracle to mystery. Segments ran on local and national stations for a time. The attention burned hot, briefly before the world's appetite for novelty moved elsewhere. I declined the book deals, the speaking offers, the invitations to become some grotesque public curiosity. I had no desire to explain what could never be understood. After a while, the world stopped asking. The decades stacked higher. My reflection remained unaltered, though the eyes that stared back from the glass had hollowed in ways no photograph could capture. The body preserved itself. The mind did not. I moved through apartments, then smaller apartments, and finally to a single-room flat above an old tailor shop downtown. The city changed beneath me, buildings rising and falling, streets redrawn, neighborhoods gentrified or left to rot. I returned to the Drunken Lantern less frequently as the years wore on. Big Mike had passed not long after Shelley. The bar changed hands twice, though the sign remained, its soft neon buzz now dimmer than I remembered. New bartenders came and went, each younger than the one before, each casting uncertain glances my way as they poured me my habitual glass of soda. They never asked my age. They did not need to. The unease behind their eyes answered the question before it was spoken. Sometimes, as I sat beneath the low amber lights, I would glance toward the corner booth. It remained empty. The woman never returned. She had no need to. Her absence was as deliberate as her presence had once been, and still I remained. I visited the graves even as moss overtook the stones, even as the cemetery's newer sections pushed further into the wooded edges beyond. The names of my family etched into marble stood as one of the few unchanging markers in a world that no longer recognized me. The scientists who had once studied me had long since retired or died. Their successors showed only passing interest, their wonder dulled by time and by the steady accretion of new, more fashionable fascinations. My anomaly had grown old while I had not. I passed through each year with a numb familiarity, the weight of what I carried never easing, only dulling, into something that no longer allowed full grief, only the echo of it. Like standing beneath the surface of deep water, unable to drown but still feeling the crushing cold of the depths. The worst of it was not the solitude, not even the grief. It was the knowledge that she had told the truth. I had been spared, and I would remain so for a very long time. On the rare nights I still visited the Drunken Lantern, the newer patrons paid me little mind. They did not know my name. They did not ask. I was a fixture, quiet, still, and untouched by the years that had wrapped themselves around everyone else. I sat in my usual seat at the bar, the soda glass before me half melted with ice, the low murmur of strangers filling the room. The buzz of the sign outside hummed faintly, flickering now and again as though struggling to maintain its grip. And though she no longer watched me from the corner booth, I could still feel her in the hollow. Spaces she had left behind. She had fed, she was satisfied, and I remained.
Hey, brave souls. Before we unravel the next spine-chilling story, make sure you're subscribed. Only place for true horror tales and eerie encounters that'll haunt your dreams. Give this video a like if you're ready for more scares. And comment below. Where in the world are you hiding while you listen? Is that sleepy feeling creeping in? Or are my stories keeping you wide awake under the covers? Tell me, I'm dying to know.
Crickets. Jacob Ellery moved with the quiet efficiency of habit, his worn sneakers whispering across the linoleum floor as he made his final rounds through the aisles of Ellery's pet supplies. The air smelled faintly of wood shavings, dry kibble and reptile substrate, a scent he had long since ceased to notice. With practiced ease, he checked the timers on the heat lamps, filled the last water bowls, and scribbled a note for himself about ordering more feeder mice. The store was quiet, save for the occasional rustle from one of the enclosures. Most of the animals were settling into their nocturnal rhythms. His leopard geckos were already huddled under their hides, and the corn snakes lay coiled beneath their heat mats, their eyes dull in the dim glow of the enclosure lights. He paused by the skink's terrarium, watching the little creature nose around its freshly misted tank. He tapped the glass gently, then clicked off the overheads row by row until the place stood cloaked in soft twilight. It was past closing, nearly 10:30, and Jacob had been looking forward to a cold drink and some leftover stir-fry. He was halfway to locking the front door when a low rumble interrupted him, a delivery truck turning into the alley beside the building. That struck him as odd. Deliveries came in the morning, always between 9 and 11, and always by the same friendly, talkative guy named Paul. Jacob stepped outside, squinting into the wash of headlights. The truck that backed into the narrow lot bore no markings, no company logo, and no familiar humming from the refrigerated compartments. The driver's cab windows were tinted too dark to see inside. It rolled to a halt and idled for a moment before the back door swung open with a soft clunk. Jacob waited, unsettled by the silence. When the driver appeared, he wasn't Paul. He was taller, thinner, and wore a generic brown jacket that didn't match any shipping company Jacob recognized. The man didn't say a word. He simply wheeled a dolly forward with a single, medium-sized wooden crate strapped to its base. Jacob took a step closer. "This isn't my usual delivery time," he said. "What company are you with?" The man didn't respond. Instead, he pulled a tablet from under his arm, extended it with one hand, and pointed to the screen with the other. His finger tapped the signature line. Jacob hesitated. The crate bore a printed label that read, "Live Feed, Crickets, Handle with Care." The shipping address matched the store, and the supplier was the same exotic insect farm in Arizona he'd used for years. Still, something about the man's silence and the way he stared without blinking made Jacob's skin itch. "Late run, huh?" he muttered, reaching for the stylus. He signed quickly and handed the tablet back. The driver gave a single nod, wheeled the crate inside the threshold, and left without another glance. The truck pulled away without reversing beeps or farewell, its taillights vanishing into the night. Jacob stood by the crate for a moment, listening to the truck rumble away into the distance. He bent down, testing the weight. It was heavier than a standard cricket shipment, which usually came in lightweight plastic containers and wriggled with noise the moment they were disturbed. This crate was quiet and tightly sealed, and its wood felt warm beneath his palms. He wrestled it inside and set it down near the reptile feeding prep area. The packaging was clean, but something caught his eye. A set of puncture holes near one corner of the lid, just above a small plastic viewing window. He leaned in, peering through the scratched plexiglass, but could make out little in the gloom. There was no movement, only a vague sense of mass. He thought he heard a faint scrape, like claws or legs brushing against plastic, but it stopped before he could be sure. He glanced at the clock. It was nearly 11. Far too late to start sorting feeders now. He made a mental note to open it. First thing in the morning, perhaps record a few clips for the shop's social media. Unboxing day usually got a few likes from the local herpetology crowd. He taped a quick label on the side for himself and shut off the rest of the lights. Outside, the street was empty. There was no sign of the driver or the truck, and the stillness of the block settled heavily over the storefront. He locked up, pausing to double-check the back entrance and the interior security system, then left the crate in the dark, tucked between the lizard chow bins and the dusty freezer full of frozen rodents. The bell over the door gave a soft, final chime as he stepped out into the cold. The first rays of morning sun hadn't yet cleared the rooftops when Jacob returned to the store, a thermal mug of coffee in one hand and his keys jangling in the other. The air was brisk, a thin sheen of frost on the sidewalk catching the light from the still glowing street lamps. He paused at the door, glancing briefly through the glass. Everything inside looked undisturbed. He unlocked the door, stepped in, and was greeted by the familiar warmth and scent of animal bedding. The low hum of heaters and filtration systems filled the silence, punctuated by the rustle of movement in a few enclosures as his animals stirred with him. Jacob flipped the switch near the register, and the main lights came on with a soft click, flooding the aisles with artificial day. He moved through his routine with practiced speed, checking temperatures, refreshing water dishes, and noting which feeders were running low. It was only when he reached the back storage corner that he remembered the late delivery. The crate sat exactly where he had left it, tucked beside the freezer chest. A thin ring of condensation had gathered around its base from the morning chill, and the puncture holes along the top edge were now clearly visible in the light. He frowned, then knelt beside it and began cutting the plastic wrap and staples with a box cutter. The wooden lid came off with a creak of protestation. Inside there were 3 sealed plastic tubs, darker and deeper than the usual cricket containers, with tinted lids that obscured the contents. One had the corner vents punctured outward, as though something had pushed through from inside. A soft, rhythmic clicking could be heard when he lifted it. Cautiously, Jacob peeled back the lid. Inside, the insects were already awake. They weren't. Crickets not by any standard he recognized. At first glance, they seemed close, roughly the same size, about 2 inches long, with long hind legs and segmented antennae, but their bodies were glossy and sharply ridged, with hard carapaces that shimmered faintly in the light. Their eyes were bulbous and faceted, but darker than those of a cricket, almost black and strangely expressive. There were perhaps 7 or 8 of them clustered along the base of the tub. As the lid came off, every one of them turned simultaneously, to face him, not in a random, twitchy scatter, but with perfect alignment, as if a signal had passed between them. Jacob blinked and leaned closer, studying them through the fogged plastic. They didn't move. They watched. He'd dealt with enough feeders over the years to know how they behaved, restless, easily startled. These didn't skitter. They adjusted their stance when he leaned in, 3 of them raising their front limbs slightly. Another rotated in place and seemed to click a few short bursts toward the others. The rest shifted accordingly. Jacob swallowed, hard, realizing what it looked like. Communication. He reached for his tweezers, the long curved kind he used for handling feeder insects, and slowly eased one of the creatures toward the top of the container. It resisted, digging in with a set of tiny claws. He tried again, applying a little more pressure, and the thing twisted around and locked its forelimbs around the metal tip, holding fast. "Jesus," Jacob muttered. He tilted the tweezers, trying to break its grip. With effort, he managed to pry it loose and drop it into a small specimen cup. It clicked violently against the sides for a moment, then stilled. The others in the tub shifted slightly again, fanning their antennae and aligning along the wall closest to the now missing member. Jacob brought the specimen cup to the front room, still unsettled. The skink, resting in its enclosure near the window, was fully awake now and nosing at the front glass in anticipation of breakfast. "Well," he murmured, "let's see what you make of this." He opened the enclosure, placed the cup inside, and tipped it gently. The insect spilled out, landed upright, and froze. The skink, tongue flicking, approached with casual interest. What followed lasted less than 3 seconds. The insect launched itself forward, unhinged its jaws, and latched onto the skink's neck. A set of secondary mandibles emerged from within. Its jaw structure, thin, pale, and bladed, and sliced into the reptile with surgical precision. The skink thrashed once violently, and then went limp. The insect began consuming it. Jacob staggered back a step. The insect's thorax expanded and contracted as it fed. Its slick limbs braced against the body of the skink. A viscous fluid began to seep from the torn hide. The creature wasn't tearing chunks, it was absorbing. He saw muscle tissue dissolve as the insect burrowed deeper with its needle-like appendages. Horrified, Jacob reached for the tank lid and dropped it down, sealing the thing inside. The insect reacted instantly, racing up the side and slamming into the glass with enough force to make it crack. Over and over again it struck the tank until hairline fractures began to form. Jacob backed away, feeling the instinct to put distance between himself and whatever he had just let loose. He turned, heading back toward the storage crate, suddenly desperate to inspect the rest. The other containers were empty. He froze. The tubs sat neatly where he'd left them, but their lids had been pushed slightly ajar. There was no movement inside, and no trace of the insects, just faint residue at the bottom of each. And in one of them, he spotted a single fragment of what looked like shredded plastic. He scanned the floor. There were no trails, fluttering antennae, or shadows slipping behind the shelving units. The room was utterly silent. Jacob turned toward the ceiling, vents, then toward the small gap beneath the storage room door. Somewhere behind the walls, he thought he heard a faint scraping sound, rhythmic and brief, barely audible above the hum of the store's HVAC system. Then, everything went quiet again. Jacob kept his eyes on the crate as he reached for the shop phone. He pressed the number for the supplier's helpline, the same one he'd used for years, usually to check back orders or delay a delivery. A few rings in, the line clicked and shifted to an automated voice. "Thank you for calling Sandridge Exotics. Our normal business hours are 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. For emergency concerns, please press 4. He did. Another pause, followed by a different voice. An older recording. "You have reached the emergency dispatch for Sandridge Exotics. Please leave a message and a representative will return your call as soon as possible." There was no tone, just silence. Jacob pressed the number again. This time the line rang once and then dropped entirely. A short burst of static blared through the speaker before the call disconnected. He frowned, hung up, and pulled out his phone to look up the company's site directly. The page loaded. Same logo, same lizard mascot, but the phone number listed didn't match the one on the box label or his receipt. He tried the new one and was promptly sent to voicemail again. There was no option for immediate assistance. He set the receiver down and turned toward the back room, where the tub lids now sat at odd angles, one resting on its side. A small trail of dust led to the baseboards behind the reptile supply shelf, but when he crouched to inspect it, the line simply stopped, as if the insect had vanished. His thoughts turned toward pest control. He had the number of a guy, Manny, who serviced a few nearby shops. But how would he even explain it? "Hey Manny, you ever deal with a box of misidentified feeder crickets that coordinated a breakout, murdered a lizard, and then disappeared into the air ducts?" He stepped away from the crate and walked toward the main counter, intending to pull up the shop's security system. As he passed the supply shelf, he caught a flicker of movement in the periphery of his vision, too quick and low to register, clearly. He spun toward it, but there was nothing there but the mop sink and the closed janitor's closet. He reached the computer and pulled up the footage from the night before. The timestamp showed 10:52 p.m., just after the delivery. He fast-forwarded to midnight, then again to 3:12 a.m., when the overhead night vision system had picked up motion in the storage room. He froze the frame. On screen, the tubs were no longer still. They rocked in place, their lids trembling as something moved beneath. The lid of the tub nearest the camera slid sideways and one of the creatures climbed out. It was followed by another and another. They gathered on the edge of the crate, their antennae waving in short bursts. Then they turned in unison and dropped to the floor, disappearing off camera. Jacob clicked to a different angle, one covering the front aisle. 4 of them passed into view near the dog toy section, moving with uncanny precision. They paused beneath the register and then, one by one, climbed the leg of a nearby display stand. At the top, one creature perched near the store's central air vent turned its head sharply and began clawing at the aluminum mesh. Another joined it. He skipped ahead. By 4:05 a.m., the vent was gone, the mesh torn away. The insects had vanished. A sudden crash shattered the stillness, and Jacob bolted upright. It had come from the front room. He ran down the aisle and rounded the corner just as the tank exploded in a scatter of safety glass and flying gravel. The skink's enclosure had been destroyed from the inside. A dense web of cracks radiated from the lower corner, and the insect was nowhere to be seen. He approached carefully, avoiding the broken glass. A smear of organic residue trailed off the edge of the cabinet, sticky and gray-green. He followed it to the floor where it stopped cold, with no clear direction, footprints, or further trail. Jacob moved quickly, ducking behind the counter and pulling on his thickest handling gloves from beneath the register. He retrieved the canister of aerosol mite spray used for reptile enclosures. It wasn't designed to kill anything large, but it might buy him a moment if he got close enough. When he returned to the back room, the tubs were completely still, and the inside walls were dry. Even the faint traces of webbing or claw residue had vanished. He examined the crate again, finding no sign of a breach, and yet all the containers were empty. He moved methodically through the shop, checking beneath racks and shelves, scanning the corners of the ceiling and the undersides of the furniture, and detected no motion or sound. Finally, at a loss, he stood still in the center of the reptile section, listening. Everything was still. The vents were silent. The walls creaked once, softly, and then quieted. The shop, for the moment at least, was peaceful. Jacob glanced back at the shattered tank, then at the sealed storage tubs. He tried to recall how many of the insects had originally been in the container. Was it 7? 8? Maybe more? He couldn't recall. They'd moved quickly and silently, and the camera footage had only captured a few frames before they disappeared. A tight knot of unease formed at the base of his throat as he realized they must still be in the store, somewhere, watching. Jacob didn't go home that night. He told himself he was just staying late to monitor things, to protect the remaining animals, maybe install a few extra cameras. But beneath the excuses was something colder and far less rational. He didn't trust the store anymore. Not the walls, not the shadows between the racks, and certainly not the silence. He sat in the manager's chair behind the register, sipping flat soda from a paper cup, watching the surveillance feed on his laptop. Every motion sensor in the store was active, and he'd left every aisle light on, flooding the building with a clinical, buzzing glow. But the insects hadn't shown themselves since morning. Not to the naked eye, at least. The only signs of their presence came through the cameras. At 11:17 p.m., the feed from camera 3, focused on the far side of the reptile aisle, showed a single insect creeping along the shelving unit that held the UV bulbs and heat mats. It paused at the second shelf, then slowly began dragging a length of packaging wire from behind a filter box. It turned, rotated the wire once, and laid it across the top edge of the shelf. Seconds later, another appeared in frame. This one was larger and moved differently, its posture more upright. The front limbs held in a way that reminded Jacob, absurdly, of a mantis examining prey. It climbed to meet the first and worked beside it, adjusting the angle of the wire. They were building something, or preparing. Jacob stared at the screen, unwilling to blink. By 11:20, the two insects had repositioned the wire around the base of the overhead light fixture. The bulb flickered once, dimmed, and then returned to normal. Both creatures turned, in tandem, and disappeared down the backside of the shelf. Jacob pushed away from the desk and stood, his hand resting on the edge of the counter for balance. The soda sat forgotten beside the register. He crossed to the aisle and walked its length, eyes scanning every shelf and fixture. Nothing stirred, no shadows shifted, no glass tanks rattled. The packaging wire was no longer visible. He looked up to where the light fixture above the UV bulbs buzzed faintly, flickering at the edges of his peripheral vision. He backed away, and as he did, a soft noise followed, barely audible, a metallic scrape, thin and dry, coming from somewhere near the back stockroom. He turned toward it, moving slowly, and held his breath. The sound continued in short bursts, like claws or tools gently prying at something resistant. He paused at the stockroom door. The noise, he realized, was definitely coming from inside the wall. The corner vent, about 4 feet from the floor, looked untouched, but he could hear movement behind it, not animalistic, but frighteningly measured and purposeful. He stepped back into the main room, returned to the laptop, and pulled up camera 6, the interior storage view. What he saw made his stomach twist. 2 insects had emerged from the rear supply shelves. One was perched on the handle of a rolling cart. The other clung to the underside of the central prep table. They moved with eerie silence, each taking turns, repositioning the small objects left on the floor: bottle caps, feeding tongs, bits of packaging tape. They were arranging them into patterns of lines, arcs, and grids. It resembled the beginning of a map, or perhaps a diagram. He couldn't tell if they were trying to communicate or coordinate, but he was certain they weren't random. He pulled the laptop closer, switching feeds. Camera 4, near the front entrance, came to life. Another insect had climbed onto the countertop display beside the impulse buy snacks and leashes. It leaned against the small metal sign that read, "Locally owned since 1997, and slowly tilted it forward, positioning it so that it faced the store entrance. It stayed there for a full minute, unmoving, before crawling out of frame. The lights above the register dimmed briefly, and Jacob jerked his head up. The fluorescence buzzed louder and then stabilized. They're testing the power grid, he thought. They're familiarizing themselves with it. A surge of adrenaline pushed him back. Into motion! He gathered the laptop, a flashlight, and a small toolkit, then retreated into the supply room and shut the door behind him. The lock wasn't built for real security, just a standard bolt, but he reinforced it with a short metal shelf and a rolling chair jamming both beneath the handle. The air was stale and considerably warmer in the room. It smelled faintly of pet food, cardboard, and oil from the mop bucket in the corner. Jacob sat cross-legged behind the shelving and reopened the security feed, scanning each angle. The insects had returned to the camera view. 3 of them now stood at the threshold of the back hallway. One held its body pressed to the seam of the wall, its mandibles twitching. Another slowly approached the door, tapping at the metal frame in quick, rhythmic bursts. The third remained farther back, watching, standing guard. Then one began to climb. It scaled the corner of the frame and curled its body along the door jamb, antennae probing the screw heads in the upper hinge. Jacob could see them begin to turn. "No," he whispered. "No, no, no." He adjusted the camera angle, closer now. The screws were moving. The metal twisted in small jerks, clockwise, then counterclockwise, as if tiny hands were working in coordination. The insects were removing the door. Then, without warning, one of them turned. It moved to the opposite wall and reared up, extending, both front limbs toward the camera. Its eyes locked onto the lens. For the first time, Jacob felt unmistakably seen. The insect reached forward, touched the camera housing, and tilted its head. Then it clicked something beneath the lens and the feed went black. Only the soft scraping beyond the door remained. Dear God, he thought. They understood the purpose of the security cameras. Jacob gripped his phone with both hands, fingers trembling against the screen as he scrolled to the pest control contact list he kept stored in the shop's emergency folder. He dialed Manny's number first. The call rang 3 times before a groggy voice picked up. Yeah? Manny sounded like he'd been asleep. Manny, it's Jacob, Ellery's Pet Supplies. What time is it? Almost midnight, Jacob said. He tried to steady his voice. I need you to come out here now. I've got an infestation that's not normal. There was a beat of silence on the line. What kind of infestation? Jacob didn't know how to answer without sounding unhinged. Insects. Big. Coordinated. One killed a skink and cracked the tank. They're inside the walls. Now, in the vents. Manny sighed. Look, man, I can come by, but it's gonna be a few. I gotta throw on pants and grab my kit. This ain't exactly emergency services. Jacob closed his eyes. Please hurry. He ended the call and immediately dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? My name is Jacob Ellery. I own a pet store on East Bramble and Oak. Something got delivered to me, not what I ordered, something alive. And it's loose in my building. I don't know what it is, but it attacked one of my animals. Now it's trying to get through the supply room door. I called pest control, but by the time they get here, it might be too late. Sir, are you in immediate danger? Yes. Yes, I'm in danger. That's what I've been telling you. You've got to believe me. They're trying to unscrew the hinges. Insects. Big ones. Not like anything I've seen. At least half a dozen. They're intelligent and organized. They're removing hardware from the door. Please, you've got to help me. Another pause. Are you under the influence of any substances, Mr. Ellery? Jacob let out a short, bitter laugh. I'm not high and I'm not crazy. Just send someone, please. All right. We're dispatching a unit now. He remained crouched in the supply room, every muscle tense, eyes locked on the monitor of his laptop. The remaining interior camera showed the hallway outside. Nothing moved. The insects had retreated from the door after disabling the other feed, but he knew they hadn't left. He could feel them, listening and waiting. 15 minutes passed before finally there was movement on the street. The exterior camera caught it first, Manny's faded blue van pulling into the alley lot. A moment later, the brighter headlights of a patrol car rolled up behind him. Jacob switched to the front camera feed as the pest control tech stepped out, dressed in a zip-up hoodie and jeans, a silver case under one arm. Officer Dana Castillo exited her cruiser with more caution, scanning the storefront as she adjusted her radio. Jacob activated the store's speaker intercom and pressed the button. Manny, officer. I'm in the back. Don't come inside alone. Both figures looked up, startled. Jacob? Manny called. Yes. Listen carefully. The insects are inside. They're not normal. If you open the door, go slowly. Move together. Keep the lights on. The officer tilted her head, hand hovering near her holster. Sir, I need to confirm your safety. Are you hurt? I'm okay. For now. I'm in the back supply room. They tried to breach it earlier. They're hiding now. Manny turned toward the door and swiped his card on the access pad. The lock clicked. Together, he and Castillo pushed into the entryway. The camera inside the front room followed them as they entered. Jacob watched on the feed as they moved cautiously through the lobby, the officer sweeping her flashlight across the aisles. Manny stayed close behind, holding a spray canister of industrial pest repellent in one hand, the metal case dangling from his shoulder strap. Nothing yet, the officer muttered. Place looks clean. Manny reached for the wall switch and flicked it upward. Fluorescence buzzed to life overhead. At first, the brightness seemed to settle the room. Then a faint clatter came from the ceiling. Jacob leaned closer to the screen. The vent grating above the reptile aisle popped loose. Something spilled down, a flash of segmented limbs and glossy black carapace, and landed directly on Castillo's shoulder. She shouted, swatting at it. But a second creature dropped from the opposite side and latched onto her leg. Manny tried to intervene, swinging his case, but another insect darted up his back and hooked its forelimbs around his neck. The feed went chaotic, blurred motion, falling displays, a burst of static as the camera jolted from impact. Jacob saw Officer Castillo go down, her flashlight tumbling across the floor. More of them swarmed into frame, emerging from vents, from behind shelving, even from within the false bottom of the freezer unit. They came fast, dozens of spindly legs clicking against tile. One reared up and spat something at Manny's face, clear, fast-moving, and he collapsed seconds later, convulsing. Castillo reached for her sidearm. She fired once, but her hand was dragged down before she could take a second shot. The bullet hit a fluorescent tube, showering glass across the room. The feed flickered, briefly stabilized, and then showed her being pulled out of frame. Jacob stared at the monitor. The screen showed only the front room again. It was quiet and dim, with no bodies in sight, only a blood trail and the faint outline of claw marks near the wall where the freezer used to stand. Then the feed froze. Jacob closed the laptop and leaned. Against the shelving unit, chest tight, arms limp at his sides, he was alone again and no one else was coming. The first bolt popped from the top hinge with a dry metallic ping. Jacob pressed his shoulder against the supply room door, bracing for the final breach. The chair beneath the handle groaned as pressure mounted from the other side. A second bolt twisted loose, dropping to the concrete floor. He waited, but nothing followed. A moment later, the sound ceased and the pressure on the door relaxed. Still, he remained frozen in place, sweat beading along his brow, unsure whether it was a feint. Seconds passed in silence, and then minutes. Jacob slid the chair aside slowly and knelt to peer through the narrow gap between the door and the frame. The hallway was empty. He took a deep breath and unlocked the latch. The door creaked open an inch at a time. Every nerve in his body flinched as he expected to see one of them waiting, curled against the frame, ready to strike. But no movement greeted him. The hallway remained still, dust hanging in the air. He stepped out carefully, keeping low, his ears tuned to any noise. The lights above flickered faintly, casting unreliable illumination across the floor. The security camera at the far end was dark, its lens smashed. The reptile aisle looked as though a hurricane had passed through it. Shelving units had been overturned, heat lamps lay shattered on the tile, and a trail of greenish liquid streaked across the floor where one of the insects had dragged a body out of view. The freezer door stood wide open. There was no sign of Manny or Officer Castillo. Jacob scanned the wreckage but saw no bodies, only torn equipment, splintered plastic, and deep, jagged scratches along the walls where the insects had climbed and clung. A sick realization gripped him. They had taken the victims with them. He moved slowly toward the front counter, avoiding the largest piles of debris, his eyes flicking toward every shadow and vent cover. The bell above the door hung twisted, barely attached. Beyond the glass storefront, the street lay bathed in the dim orange glow of the alley's overhead lamp. For a brief moment, Jacob thought perhaps they had gone, retreated back into whatever hole they had emerged from. Then he saw them. 6 of the creatures crawled along the edge of the sidewalk, their movements unnervingly fluid. 2 of them flanked the entrance to the neighboring building, a squat brick structure housing Pepe's Tacos and More, a 24-hour restaurant popular with the graveyard shift crowd and drunk college students. Jacob pressed closer to the glass. The insects were gathering beneath the patio awning, slipping under the metal railings and disappearing into the decorative hedges that lined the perimeter. One of them crawled up the side of the outdoor signpost, its limbs spread wide to keep balance, and perched beside the neon logo. Its antennae flicked forward. Jacob looked past it, through the wide windows of the restaurant. Inside, a handful of customers sat hunched over paper baskets of tacos and burritos. A man in a beanie scrolled on his phone. 2 women shared nachos at the corner booth. A cook behind the counter leaned against the wall, wiping his hands on his apron as he glanced toward the fryer. None of them knew. Before Jacob had time to consider his next move, The creatures were already in motion. He watched one slink through the base of the building's ventilation shaft, followed by a second and a third. Another crawled under the lip of the patio floor. They moved methodically, in silence and without frenzy, as though fully aware that their prey was oblivious. Jacob's hand trembled as he touched the glass. He wanted to shout at them to run for their lives, to run across the lot and pound on the windows. But what would that do, besides alert the insects to his location? His mind was spinning with the image of Castillo's final moments. If those things could dismantle a trained officer, he wondered, how long would it take to tear him apart? Inside the restaurant, the man in the beanie stood and stretched. Behind him, just out of sight, a shadow moved behind the counter. Jacob watched helplessly as one of the creatures launched itself onto the cook's back. The man stumbled, screamed, but the sound was drowned out by the sudden shatter of glass. The creature had flung him forward through a rack of trays. Another burst came from beneath the customer booth. The two women stood in shock for a second, too long, and were pulled violently beneath the table. Screams erupted. Customers rushed toward the exit, but two of the creatures were already waiting by the door, limbs outstretched. One man kicked wildly, then vanished behind the counter, dragged by his ankle. A chair crashed through one of the windows. A woman in an apron leapt through the opening, screaming into the night as blood streaked across her arms. She made it 6 steps before something clamped onto her leg and brought her down just beyond the curb. Jacob stepped back from the glass, bile rising in his throat. Chaos spilled from the restaurant into the parking lot. A man bolted toward a parked car, fumbled with his keys, then dropped to the asphalt as one of the creatures leapt from above and pinned him to the hood. Another person tried to flee across the alley but was intercepted at the edge of the dumpster enclosure. Jacob looked toward the edge of the block. There were no sirens or lights. No help was coming, at least not yet. And even if they did, he wondered if it would make any difference. All he could see was the quiet sprawl of the town, sleeping quietly, wholly unaware that something awful was happening, and that it was about to get a whole lot worse. Minutes later, red and blue lights bloomed against the storefront glass. Jacob pressed his back to the interior wall of the shop, out of sight, but close enough to monitor the chaos unfolding. Outside, the faint hum of sirens grew louder as a caravan of emergency vehicles swept into the parking lot. 2 cruisers, a fire engine, and an ambulance, all flanked by a tactical response van that rumbled to a stop behind Pepe's. Officers in Kevlar moved quickly, shouting orders and waving civilians away. One of them guided the bloodied woman, still shaking, barefoot and dazed, toward the paramedics. Another crouched beside the man on the hood of his car, checking for vitals. Jacob watched from his phone's camera feed as the officers spread out across the restaurant's perimeter, weapons drawn. Flashlights swept across broken windows and scattered debris. One officer tapped at his chest mic and called something into dispatch. The footage offered a momentary illusion of order, of professionals stepping into the breach, ready to restore control. But Jacob had seen what these things could do, and he knew it wouldn't be enough. The first sign came from the alley. A shape moved low against the curb, flicking forward with unnerving speed. A second followed, then a third. Their glossy exoskeletons caught only slivers of light as they darted beneath cars and coiled near wheel wells. None of the officers saw them at first, not until a young responder reached to open the back of the tactical van. An insect launched itself from beneath the vehicle and clamped onto his forearm, jaws sliding open with a wet click. He screamed, but not for long. The creature burrowed beneath the armor plates, vanishing into the gaps of his gear. 2 others sprang onto the hood, forcing the windshield inward with their combined strength. Another officer raised a shotgun and fired. The blast knocked one of the insects sideways, cracking its carapace, but it didn't die. It shrieked, spun upright, and rushed the shooter. Its limbs moved like razors. Jacob watched the feed in mute horror as the remaining creatures emerged from all sides. They came from the gutters, the dumpsters, even the storm drain near the sidewalk. It was as though the earth itself had opened to deliver them. The responders tried to form a perimeter, firing in coordinated bursts, but the insects adapted. They darted from blind angles, leapt over shields, and broke out of formation, One officer attempted to pull a creature off his partner, only to have his wrist snapped by a pair of vice-like mandibles. Flashes lit the lot, muzzle bursts, warning strobes, a flare from a canister of pepper foam. None of it slowed them. One by one, the responders fell. Some were dragged under vehicles, while others simply vanished from the frame. Jacob closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, the tactical van's windshield had collapsed inward. Smoke rose from a punctured tire. The woman who had escaped the restaurant lay slumped beside a paramedic unit, unmoving. Then, as suddenly as the violence had begun, new headlights swept across the scene. 5 unmarked vans pulled in from the far end of the block. They didn't arrive with sirens or flash warning lights. They came quietly and efficiently, their engines smooth and electric. The first van halted near the smashed cruiser and its doors opened. Men in black gear stepped out. Their uniforms bore no insignia, and their masks had no visors. Each carried a compact, unfamiliar device that resembled a cross between a leaf, blower, and a weaponized fogger. They moved without hesitation, with silent determination. The lead agent raised his device and activated it. A plume of dense, shimmering gas burst forward, halting one of the insects mid-lunge. It froze instantly, its legs twitching. Its forward momentum faltered. It staggered sideways, clicking violently, and then collapsed. Another agent advanced, spraying a tight arc across the patio where 2 insects had climbed the brick siding. They dropped one after the other, writhing briefly before falling still. The creatures didn't cry out or flee, but simply stopped. Jacob watched as the agents worked in synchronized lines, sweeping the area with calm precision. Each time a creature dropped, a second agent moved in behind the gas trail, carrying a silver containment tube the size of a duffel bag. The bodies, still twitching, were lifted in with padded instruments and sealed away. In less than 5 minutes, the lot was quiet again. 6 insects were recovered. 2 others, immobilized but not dead, were placed in military-grade restraints and carried to a reinforced transport unit. One, larger than the others, required a full-body clamp and a sealed exosuit chamber to be lifted safely. Jacob remained behind the glass, unmoving. No one approached the pet store. No one called for survivors. The agents didn't look around or search the surrounding shops. Their task was narrow and surgical. It was not merely containment, but retrieval. One of the agents moved toward the ambulance. He spoke to the sole surviving paramedic in a tone Jacob couldn't hear. Whatever was said, it required no discussion. The paramedic nodded, climbed into the vehicle, and drove away without using his lights, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. Soon, the vans reversed out of the lot and disappeared into the night. Tiwi, ruined taco shop, remained dark, its neon sign flickering behind the cracked window. Jacob stood alone in the hollow stillness, bathed in the faint blue haze of his phone screen. The front of his store looked like a war zone. Blood stained the pavement just outside. A severed antennae lay beside the threshold, and no one had even asked if he needed help. Part E. The lights in the storefront had stayed off since that night. Jacob sat in the back office with the blinds drawn, the scent of bleach still clinging faintly to the walls. He hadn't reopened. No customers had knocked. No news vans had come. The world beyond the pet store carried on without so much as a whisper of what had happened. Jacob had no idea how he was going to pay to repair all the damage caused. He had checked every station, feed, and paper, but couldn't find a single mention of the incident. The police department's public log listed a false alarm at the taco shop and a closed medical call at the same address. There was no mention of fatalities or of any sort of follow-up, let alone missing persons reported. Every person who had succumbed to the insects had their death swept away, their disappearances left unexplained, with the families of the deceased left to deal with the consequences, without the courtesy of an explanation. Jacob stopped trying. To report it after the 3rd time, he was transferred to a disconnected line. He slept in the back of the store now, curled beneath a fleece blanket on an unused shelving pad surrounded by sealed vents. A week later, he discovered another package, waiting on the step. There was no knock, and he never caught a glimpse of the delivery driver or the vehicle that carried him. And yet there it was. He found it just after dawn, a plain brown box with a printed label bearing the familiar green and white Cricket Farm logo. As before, the address matched the shop's. The sender's name was close, Sandridge Exotics LLC, but something in the font was subtly wrong, too crisp and uniform, like a facsimile printed from memory. There was no signature or tracking. Slip. He brought the box inside and set it on the front counter. The place still smelled of melted plastic and scorched wire. On top of the package lay a white envelope. It had no stamp or postmark, just his name in block letters. Inside was a check, made out to Jacob Ellery, in the amount of 14,200 Talgur, drawn from a bank he'd never heard of. The name of the issuing account had been left blank. Below the check, on a single typed sheet of paper, was a short message. Mr. Ellery, we regret the recent mishap regarding your shipment. A temporary routing malfunction caused certain experimental biological material to be misdirected. The matter has since been resolved. Your account has been credited and your original order has been fulfilled. This will not happen again. Thank you for your discretion. There was no signature, contact information, or return address. Jacob stared at the note for a long time, then folded it and placed it back into the envelope. He turned to the box and examined the tape along the top. The weight was right for a Cricket order, lighter than the earlier late-night shipment. There was a faint shifting sound when he tilted it, the dry scrape of tiny limbs against cardboard. He knew the sound. He'd heard it 1,000 times before. But now it made the hairs on his neck rise. He brought the box closer to his ear. From within there was movement, a single measured shift as though something inside had turned its attention toward him. Jacob set the box down and slowly backed away, never taking his eyes off it. The box shook violently, just once, but that was all he needed to see. Jacob turned and ran and never looked back. He had no idea what was in the box this time, but he knew one thing for sure. Whatever it wasn't crickets. Whatever was in the box, he wasn't sticking around to find out.
As we pause before the next dark chapter, true horror stories and real, bone-chilling encounters await in the shadows. Like this video to summon more tales, and leave a comment from which corner of the world are you listening. As the night grows colder, do you feel sleep tugging at your soul? Or are the whispers of my stories keeping you trapped in the waking world? Share your secrets below.
Dead inventory. The warehouse didn't look like much from the outside. Squat, rectangular, surrounded by buckled asphalt and broken sodium lamps that never turned on. It sat at the far end of an access road that hadn't been paved since the Cold War. No signage, no windows. Just rows of blackened vents and motionless security cameras fixed at odd angles, like the eyes of a half-dead spider. Richard Pell stood outside with his hands stuffed into his jacket pockets, rocking slightly on his heels to ease the throb in his knees. The cold was dry, scratchy like paper. The night felt unusually quiet for the industrial district. No trucks, no rail noise, no wind even. Just the warehouse and its low-slung silhouette against a pale moon. The email had said, "Third intake orientation, 11:45 p.m. sharp." It was now 11:46. He reached for the buzzer beside the reinforced door just as it clicked and groaned open. No, one stood inside. Richard hesitated. Something in his chest stirred. An instinct, maybe. Or guilt. But he pushed through the threshold and let the heavy door ease shut behind him. The interior was lit by buzzing fluorescents, half of them flickering. A windowless antechamber, lined with bolted lockers and a grease-stained check-in desk. The air had a faint chemical tang, like bleach that had tried to cover up something else. Behind the desk sat a man with perfect posture and unnervingly smooth features, typing on an ancient beige keyboard without looking up. "You're Pell?" the man asked. "Yeah. Richard Pell. Inventory shift." The man's fingers stopped moving. Slowly, he turned toward Richard, his expression fixed in a kind of polite neutrality that bordered on mask-like. "Welcome," he said. "We're glad to have you." Richard nodded. "I appreciate the opportunity. Of course. The man's voice had a slight delay between syllables like a recording stitched together. I'm Mr. Avery, night supervisor. Let's go over a few things before you begin. He pulled out a folder, crisp and thin, and slid it across the desk. Inside were forms, a non-disclosure agreement, injury waiver, and something called a sensory misperception acknowledgement that Richard didn't recognize. The print was dense and the font just small enough to discourage close reading. Avery pushed a pen forward. Initial at the X's, sign at the bottom. Use firm pressure. Richard frowned at the last line but signed anyway. Phone, Avery said. Sorry? No personal devices on the warehouse floor. We store them here. Richard hesitated, then handed over his battered flip phone. Avery placed it in a drawer without labeling it. Locker 37, uniform and gloves inside. You'll report to Inventory Section C, Aisle 6. Keep to your assigned floor. Use the yellow lines to guide your route. He paused. There are crates along the back wall marked with red tape. Do not open them. They are managed by a separate department. Understood? Richard nodded. Understood. Avery stood. Good. Shift ends at 7 now. You will clock out in the same room you entered. Lunch break is optional. Water fountains are located along the main aisle. Without another word, he turned and disappeared through a door labeled Authorized Personnel. Only. The uniform was too big in the shoulders and smelled like plastic sheeting left in the sun. Richard adjusted the sleeves, zipped the front, and pulled on the powder blue gloves. He checked his reflection in the locker door. Lined face, thinning hair, eyes gone pale with age. He looked like someone impersonating a man who still had fight in him. He followed the yellow line past flickering bulbs and humming circuit boxes until he reached Section C. The factory floor was larger than he'd expected, easily the size of 2 football fields. Metal shelving units lined the space like warehouse canyons, with crates stacked 4 or 5 high on heavy pallets. The fluorescent lighting didn't reach every corner. Some aisles fell into perfect darkness. The only sound was the distant hum of refrigeration and the occasional soft click of settling metal. Richard checked his clipboard, scanned barcodes, log crate numbers, note damages. Simple enough. He moved to the first crate, standard industrial build, black composite plastic, triple sealed. No markings besides a barcode and a faint yellow R3 stenciled on the side. He scanned it, logged it, moved on. Hours passed in a mechanical rhythm. Scan. Click. Write. Next. By 3 a.m., the warehouse's subtle noises had started to grate on him. The far-off thunk of shifting pallets, the creak of something heavy settling against its restraints, a wet sound, maybe leaking coolant, maybe not. Richard rubbed his eyes and looked toward the back wall. That's when he saw them. 6 crates, larger than the rest, lined up in a recessed loading area. Red tape marked each lid in a diagonal cross. No barcodes, no clipboard entries, no manifest tags. They hadn't been there earlier. He was sure of it. Something about them made his stomach clench. Maybe it was the moisture gathered on their sides. Maybe it was how one of them seemed to twitch, just slightly, like something inside had shifted. He turned away. Avery's voice echoed in his mind. Do not open them. He logged the next standard crate and forced himself to keep working. Still, the smell was growing stronger. A coppery sweetness that turned his stomach and reminded him of the time he'd found a raccoon melted into his garage's crawl space. That same thick, wrong rot. He glanced over his shoulder. The red crate sat motionless, waiting. By the time 6:45 rolled around, Richard was back near the front of the warehouse. He'd logged over 100 crates, all without incident, but that smell still clung to his nose. He felt it on his gloves. He stripped them off and dropped them in the biohazard bin beside the exit, another detail that hadn't been mentioned. The bin hissed and closed over the gloves like a hungry mouth. Back at the security vestibule, Avery was typing again, still not looking at the screen. Done for the night, Richard said. Avery nodded once. Very good. You're adjusting well. Not everyone does. Richard frowned. How many don't? Avery's mouth curved in what might have been a smile. We'll see you tomorrow night. Richard collected his phone, walked out into the chill morning air and tried not to think about the red tape. But even as he drove away, he swore he could still smell it. That copper sweetness. That open secret. The second night began colder than the first. A dry, biting chill that slipped beneath Richard's collar and settled in the soft joints of his hands. The sky hung low over the warehouse complex, bruised and hazy, as though the city lights had dimmed just for this building. It felt like the kind of night the stars avoided. He checked in, signed the log, and passed Avery without a word. The man was seated behind the same desk, in the same posture, typing without pause. If he'd moved in the last 24 hours, there was no sign of it. In the locker room, Richard found a new pair of gloves in his cubby, still damp from disinfectant. His previous set had vanished without comment. The uniform had been laundered, but faint rust-colored stains remained at the cuffs. He didn't ask questions. Something told him that asking only marked you. Section C was darker tonight. More lights flickered than worked. A few had gone out entirely, leaving patches of shelving swallowed in shadow. He turned on his issued headlamp, but found the battery. Nearly dead, the beam sputtering with every step. He followed the yellow lines past familiar crates. Most were unchanged, anonymous, and inert. But the red-taped section had grown. There were 10 now, stacked too high, damp at the edges, with condensation forming along their sides like sweat on a feverish patient. Richard tried to ignore them, but the air around them was different. Warmer, somehow, and thicker. He didn't stop. Not yet. He worked the inventory in silence, but his mind refused to settle. Every step echoed too loud. Every creak from overhead pipes seemed sharper. And the smell, the copper tang he thought had faded, was back. Stronger. It clung to the aisles like steam from a meat locker, metallic and cloying. When he reached crate 4491C, he stopped. This one was out of place. It had no barcode, no manifest, tag, no record on his clipboard. Yet it sat there on a fresh pallet, slightly ajar, like someone had closed it in a hurry and never finished the job. A thin film of pinkish fluid had pooled beneath it, trailing in a lazy curve toward the drainage. Great! Richard glanced around. No footsteps. No cameras visible in this corner. No whir of wheels on concrete. The place was silent but alert, like it was waiting. He crouched, pulling his glove tighter. The lid of the crate wasn't locked, just held in place by its own warped weight. He lifted it. The smell hit him first, sweet and sour and wrong, like spoiled pork left in the sun. His eyes watered. His stomach lurched. Inside the crate, wrapped in clear plastic, was a human arm. It was cleanly severed just below the shoulder, pale and flushed with livid marbling beneath the skin. The hand was clenched loosely, fingers curled, nails trimmed. A plastic tag looped through the wrist read, Unit 22B, upper extremity right, destination, department. He recoiled, nearly dropped the lid, then steadied himself. Something inside him had gone cold and heavy, like a stone swallowed by accident. He wanted to believe it was a prosthetic, some hyper-realistic medical dummy. A mistake, but it wasn't. He knew better. The skin had pores, the veins had depth. He could smell the rot. There was something else too. A twitch. The fingers spasmed, just once, enough to tap lightly against the plastic wrapping. A reflex? Nerve? Memory? Or no. He wasn't staying to find out. Richard dropped the lid, stepping back fast enough to slip on the leaking fluid. He caught himself against the shelf, smeared pink along his glove and sleeve. From somewhere deeper in the warehouse, he heard the soft ding of a service elevator arriving. He froze. Footsteps followed. Measured. Approaching from beyond the red zone. Then came a voice. "You found a spoiled unit, Avery?" Richard turned. The night supervisor emerged from the shadows at the end of the aisle, backlit by flickering light, hands clasped behind his back like a man on a garden stroll. Richard started, unsure what to say. You'll log it accordingly, Avery said. Waste fluid collection will handle the cleanup. He walked to the crate without glancing inside and placed a white sticker over the top. Spoiled, destroy by morning in block letters. Richard swallowed hard. That's a person. Avery blinked slowly. That's an upper extremity. Misrouted. Likely due to a database fault. You're saying that's normal? I'm saying it happens, Avery replied. You're not the first to encounter it. And you signed consent. That's a body part, not inventory. Here, there's no difference. His tone didn't change. You'll log the error and the crate will be removed. No further action is required. Richard stared at him. You expect me to just keep working like nothing happened? I don't expect anything, Avery said. But you'll find that continuing to work is often easier than the alternatives. For a moment, silence pressed between them. Then Avery smiled, faint and bloodless. You're doing fine, Mr. Pell. Very few make it to their second shift. We're pleased. Richard said nothing. Avery walked past him, disappearing behind a row of shelves without a sound. No echo of his footsteps. No change in the air. The rest of the shift moved like molasses. Each crate felt heavier, each barcode a dead code. Richard kept looking over his shoulder, listening for more signs. Another misrouted unit, another twitch beneath the lid. But the warehouse stayed still. Still didn't mean safe. He washed the pink smear from his gloves in a stainless steel sink bolted to a load-bearing column. The water came out hot, then ice cold, then hot again. There were no mirrors. Only a blank metal plate where one might have hung. When the clock struck 6:57, Richard was already walking the yellow line back toward the vestibule. Avery wasn't at the desk. For a moment, he thought about grabbing the folder, digging through the contract. Again, he wanted to find something, anything, to tell him what he'd really signed. But the drawer was locked, and the hallway to the admin offices had a glowing restricted panel blocking its entrance. His phone was returned to him in silence, now warm to the touch, as if it had never been turned off. He stepped into the outside air just as the sun broke over the distant treetops. Birds chirped somewhere, faint and confused. The city beyond the tree line blinked on like a dying circuit board. Morning had come, but the smell of the crate clung to his jacket like invisible soot, and behind his ribs, deep where no hand could reach, something inside him had begun to ache. Not a sharp pain, just pressure, as if something was trying to shift, trying to twitch. The third night came easier than the second, not because Richard felt any safer, but because he no longer bothered pretending he didn't need the money. The bills hadn't slowed. The creditors hadn't stopped calling. His ex-wife had declined to answer his last message, and the rusted Oldsmobile was beginning to knock in the rear axle. That job, however sick it might be at the core, was the only thing paying him above table. Still, he hesitated outside the warehouse's steel doors. He watched his reflection in the dark metal. It wavered slightly, like something beneath the surface was moving. The door opened on its own again. No buzzer, no intercom. Avery wasn't at the desk. The clipboard was waiting for him anyway. Inside Section C, the red crates had doubled again. They were stacking now, 3 high, the lowest ones warped under the weight. None were on his manifest, but they were clearly being logged. He noticed freshly printed labels on their lids, machine-typed and time-stamped. None of the timestamps were later than 3:12 a.m. The smell was stronger tonight. Less decay, more ammonia and static electricity. It prickled his nose and made his tongue taste like metal. He chewed a stick of gum to push it back, but couldn't shake the sensation that the air itself was growing humid with blood. The aisle lights flickered overhead as he passed beneath them. The batteries in his headlamp had been replaced. Someone had opened his locker. He hadn't told anyone it was dead. He kept his eyes forward. The crates could wait. By 2:30, he was deep in the eastern racks when the first whisper caught his ear. A soft, lilting female voice. "Is anyone left?" Richard turned sharply. The voice hadn't come from behind, but from inside the shelving unit to his left. He moved closer, leaning toward the crates. They were standard black, nothing red-taped, but one of them had a crack near the lid. A thin thread of dark hair curled out from the seam. He stepped back and the voice came again, clearer this time. "I'm still here, I think. I think I'm still here." The whisper was slurred at the edges, like someone speaking underwater. Richard reached for the crate's ID number, stamped in fading silver. Vela, vocal module, 7B3. He stared at the label. There'd been a woman in orientation, or maybe, on the schedule, a Vela. Patrice? Patricia? She'd had a sharp voice. Something memorable. He remembered thinking she sounded like someone who used to smoke too much and laugh too hard. That had been weeks ago, hadn't it? Had it? The voice came again, strained. "Don't let them take all of it, some of it has to stay mine." Then silence. Not fading. Cut, like a wire had been pulled. Richard staggered back. He felt something warm in his palm and looked down. He'd gripped the edge of the crate hard enough to split his glove. A thin cut crossed his skin, not deep but bleeding. From down the aisle, he heard something scrape the floor. A dragging sound. He wiped his hand on his pants and turned the corner, but the aisle was empty. No dragging, no footsteps, only a sudden coldness, thick and sour, like someone had opened a morgue drawer and left it ajar. He logged another 5 crates before he dared speak again, and even then it was only a mutter. "Patrice?" No answer. But somewhere, deep in the back shelving, something moved. Not walked. Shifted. As if it were being repositioned by something larger than itself. He reached for the radio clipped to his belt, but it wasn't there. He'd left it, hadn't he? Or had it been missing when he suited up? The security speaker above him crackled to life. "Inventory workers are reminded not to engage with defective units," the voice droned. Flat, sexless, filtered like a voicemail, left in a nightmare. "All audio anomalies must be reported to Department 9. Repeat, do not engage, do not sympathize, do not retain auditory residue." The speaker clicked off. Richard felt something tighten in his throat. Auditory residue. He turned slowly and looked back down the aisle. The vocal module crate was gone. Not shifted. Gone. He hurried to where it had been, checking the floor. No scuffs. No fluid trail. No label. Only a faint indentation in the dust where a crate had been resting. And a single long hair, curled like a question mark. By 4:10, Richard had given up trying to follow the manifest. His clipboard now listed crates that didn't exist and failed to mention ones that did. Whole columns had gone blank. At least one crate was now repeating in multiple aisles with different contents logged. It was labeled R Lung 7X, G, Pell. His last name. He didn't scan it. He didn't touch it. The voice didn't return, but the memory of it lingered, soft, threadbare, trapped in something too tight. And Richard knew. He knew in the quiet certainty that comes with horror settling in the bones, that whoever Patrice Vela had been, she was still in there somewhere, in pieces, in systems, in shipments. That warehouse didn't kill its workers. It disassembled them, like appliances, like products. His chest ached again, slight, but insistent. Something off-center, like a bruise, blooming in slow motion. He pressed a hand to it and felt nothing unusual, but the warmth was growing. He didn't speak again the rest of the shift. Back in the vestibule, Avery was absent. The desk chair sat empty. The monitor screen flashed green text over black. Intake confirmed. Pattern degradation. Stable. Next unit prepared. Richard picked up his phone. Its screen lit up before he touched. The new message had appeared, time-stamped 3:12 a.m. "We don't leave. We echo. Pat." His hand shook. He powered the phone off and didn't turn it back on until he was home, under his own roof. Lights on, windows open. But even then, the message stayed. He deleted it. It returned the next night. Part of Richard didn't remember driving to the warehouse on his fourth night. He remembered leaving the house. Keys, coat, thermos of coffee gone cold. But the drive itself? Blank. Like skipping a page in a book and finding yourself deeper in the story without knowing how you got there. The lot was darker than usual. Only one floodlight still worked, casting a yellow glow that seemed to bend around the warehouse instead of touching it. Richard parked close to the loading ramp. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees, but the air carried the same copper weight he couldn't scrub from his nostrils. The door opened before he could reach for the buzzer. No one inside, no one at the desk. The locker room lights were dimmer than before. Two had burned out completely, leaving his locker in half shadow. Inside, the uniform was already laid out, folded, fresh gloves in place. The clipboard had been replaced with a small black tablet bearing a pulsing green light. He didn't remember anyone telling him that was standard issue. When he touched the screen, the light flickered and resolved into a single message. Section. Garstery Processing Sector. Follow the blue line. There had never been a blue line. He stepped into the hallway. The yellow safety stripe he'd come to rely on was gone, stripped clean from the concrete. In its place, a new trail had been painted, bright blue, wet-looking, though it left no smear beneath his boots. It led toward the eastern wing, beyond, the rows he'd been trained to log. He almost turned back. Almost. But his hands moved without him, and his feet followed, as if somewhere deep down his body had already decided what the rest of him hadn't. The deeper corridors of the warehouse weren't built for human use. That much was clear in the way the lights angled too high to cast meaningful illumination, or how the walls narrowed in odd places, pressing in with geometric dissonance. The shelving units here were taller, at least 20 feet high, stacked with industrial caskets sealed in reinforced polymer, some marked with color-coded tape he didn't recognize. Green X's, white circles, black spirals. No sound, except the soft buzz of fluorescence and the occasional knock-knock-knock of something far off and slow. At the end of the corridor, the blue line broke across a massive steel door. It bore no handle, only a pressure pad pulsing green. Richard placed his hand against it. There was a soft click followed by a heavy thunk of locks disengaging. Then the door creaked inward on its own. The heat hit him first, humid, pressurized, with the sour smell of a butcher shop and the ozone sharpness of ionized metal. The air was thick with it, dense enough to taste. And then came the sound, whirring, clanking, suturing, an endless mechanical rhythm of motors, pincers, pneumatic arms, hissing and clamping and stitching. Before him lay the assembly line. The space was enormous. Stadium-sized, maybe larger, with catwalks and conveyor belts threading the upper reaches like a spider's web. Long-wheeled tables ran end-to-end along the central spine of the chamber, each bearing partially constructed human figures. Some were missing limbs, others had no faces. A few twitched gently under translucent sheets. The machinery never stopped, articulated. Arms equipped with scalpels, staplers, forceps, and bone saws hovered and danced across the tables with inhuman precision. Sinew was stretched and tied. Skin was smoothed over new bone. Tubes pumped blood-like fluid from sealed drums into open veins. It was clinical, efficient, and utterly obscene. Richard stood frozen. A low clunk behind him made him flinch. Another crate had arrived, deposited by a track system in the far corner. A mechanical arm lifted the lid and extracted the contents. 2 legs, cleanly detached at the hip, labeled L lower, matched set, Pell. He backed away. He didn't remember losing his legs. He didn't remember being sedated or cut or scanned. But he remembered the scar, the one on his chest that hadn't been there before this job, the one that ached when the air turned cold. On the second table, a half-assembled figure turned its head toward him. Its eyes were stitched shut and its mouth hung open. One side of its face was identical to his. "Rich," it rasped. Richard stumbled back. The machinery paused. Not all of it, just the instruments near that table, as if acknowledging that something unscheduled had occurred. The voice came again, higher now, from the third table. "Don't forget me." It was Pat's voice, but this one had no vocal cords, just a chest cavity and a larynx suspended in transparent gel. He ran, turning and sprinting back the way he'd come, but the door behind him had vanished. The blue line had curled inward, toward a secondary door marked Human Error Correction, Floor 2. He didn't remember descending stairs, but the floor was suddenly metal beneath his boots. The light was dimmer now, flickering fast and hard. Every few seconds, the whole hallway seemed to shake, like something beneath the floor was shifting. The voice over the intercom returned. "Congratulations, Arpel. Early reprocessing initiated. Acceptance achieved. Cardiac core pending." He stopped running and clutched his chest. That pressure was back, and it was no longer subtle. This time it was faster, syncopated. A pipe hissed nearby, spraying red fluid onto the floor. It steamed when it hit the grating, and through the haze he saw the silhouette of a woman, what was left of one. She stumbled down the corridor ahead of him, with one leg and only half a face. Her body was laced with surgical tubing and black stitch marks, and her eyes were wrong, too wide, too bright. "Patrice?" he whispered. She stopped. Her mouth worked its way open, but no sound escaped. Then her arm lifted, pointing past him, behind him. He turned, and he saw the crate. It was already open. The lid bore his name. Inside was a clean, neatly organized foam insert, shaped to cradle each of his organs. Only one was missing. The heart slot, still empty, but not for long. He felt his chest flutter. Something inside shifted, rolled, and pulled. He dropped to his knees, gasping. Patrice limped closer, her voice ragged. "Help me forget." Richard tried to speak, but something was rising in his throat, something wet. He woke up on the locker room floor and found the lights had gone back to normal. The tablet was gone, and his gloves were folded neatly beside him, untouched. There were no alarms going off, and there was no sign of Avery. The digital clock read 6:55 a.m. His phone was in his pocket. He had no messages and no missed calls, only a photo in the gallery he didn't remember taking, an empty table in the assembly room, and on it, a rib cage, partially stitched, bearing a tag that read, "Pell, active core, export." On hold, he deleted the image. It returned before he reached the parking lot. By the fifth night, Richard had stopped wondering what was real. There was no point. Whether he was asleep or sedated or inside some waking death spiral, the outcome was the same. He clocked in, and the factory opened itself around him like a mouth. The parking lot was empty again. Even the birds had gone. The warehouse door stood ajar. No security desk. No Avery. The hallway lights were flickering in a new pattern. 1 on, 3 off, alternating in rhythm. His locker had been moved. He knew because locker 37 now bore a new nameplate. Shell, Pell, external casing, temporary. He stood there for a long time, waiting for the words to change. They didn't. Inside, his uniform was sealed in a clear plastic bag. A note attached to the hanger read, "Do not remove until primary systems are stabilized. Replacement core processing in progress. Cardiac control. Pending delivery." He didn't remember putting on the uniform, but it was on him by the time he reached the work floor. The tablet had returned. No clipboard. It displayed a single inventory update. New item received. Arpel. Cardiac unit, primary. Authorized delivery. A single crate sat beside it, gleaming under its own fluorescent fixture. Unlike the black polymer boxes he was used to, this one was transparent. The walls were glass or something like it, rimmed in brushed steel and anchored with bolts the size of his fists. Inside, suspended in viscous amber fluid, was a human heart. It beat, not regularly but anxiously, as if aware of its exposure, as if trying to communicate through rhythm. The label on the crate read, PEL, Core Component, 01 Arrival Date, 4 days ago, Condition, Viable, Awakened. Richard backed away. His chest ached, not in panic, in response. The beat inside his body, no longer matched what he felt. Something was out of sync. He stumbled into the next aisle, found a nearby crate and leaned against it for balance. His palms were slicked with cold sweat, and his knees buckled once before he caught himself. A chime echoed from the wall speaker above him. Inventory error detected. Human inconsistency exceeds tolerance threshold. Rectification required. A new message flashed on the tablet. Processing route modified. Report to Department 9 for integrity review. The blue line returned beneath his feet, blinking into existence one section at a time like a trail of dying fireflies. He didn't follow, and not this time. Instead, he turned left and moved past the crates into a zone labeled Archival Holding. He hadn't seen it before. Maybe it hadn't been there. The temperature dropped as he entered. The lighting changed. Lower, almost golden, like candlelight filtered through petroleum. The air buzzed faintly, not with machinery but static. The sense of memory hung in the room like fog. Along the walls were shelves of folders and binders, all sealed in plastic. Each bore a name. Some he recognized, some had never left the warehouse. At the far end of the aisle, he found a wall of metal drawers, medical, like in a morgue, each with a small plaque. He found one marked Vela, Patrice, Vocal Auditory Sensory Fragment. The drawer was half open. Inside there was no body, only a mesh bag filled with coiled fiber optics, an audio cassette, and a voice box wired to a tiny speaker. The speaker was humming softly. He leaned closer. It whispered, "I don't remember my name anymore, but I remember how the air felt when I left the front door. That first night, that fear. That's the last thing I kept." The voice shifted. "They take what remembers you first." Richard reached for the bag, but his hand passed through it. Not like a ghost. Like static, like bad signal. He turned away. Something in the hallway behind him had begun moving. A soft hydraulic hiss followed by a wet suction. No footsteps, just shaping sounds, like clay being molded too quickly. He slipped past the shelves and ducked, behind a rolling scaffold. The blue line blinked faintly at the base of the wall, waiting patiently. The hiss grew louder. A crate passed by on a wheeled dolly, pushed by a faceless biped, something stitched together in proportions too long for a man, too short for a robot. Its head was wrapped in wire mesh, and its chest had been hollowed out to make room for a steel cabinet labeled "Return to Stock." It paused, sniffed the air, then moved on. Richard waited until it was gone before crawling back into the main corridor. He returned to the security vestibule, hoping for Avery, for someone. Instead, the monitor on the desk lit up with static before resolving into a new image, a schematic. His own body, labeled like an exploded diagram of a machine. Red highlights pulsed over several regions. Lungs replaced, batch A1B. Stomach, reprocessed skin, exterior. Synthetic overlay active cardiac. Unit, pending. Original in transit, then a line at the bottom, consciousness. Hosting, active integration. Stability, degrading. He stumbled back. Looked at his hands. They looked the same. But now he saw the seams. Faint, geometric. Hairline divisions at the joints and knuckles, like the casing had been opened and reassembled. He touched his temple. A faint click, like magnets separating. He screamed. But the scream didn't echo. It was absorbed by the walls. Eaten. The monitor shut off. His tablet blinked one final time. No further action required. Unit awaits final casing. Shipment pending. That night at 7:01 a.m., Richard left. the warehouse and walked into the rising sun. No security escorted him. No alarms blared. His car was in the same spot, though the license plate had been removed. Inside, he found his keys in the ignition and a white envelope on the passenger seat. Inside the envelope was a photo, a crate, transparent, floating in amber, fluid, inside it, him, or something that used to be him, still twitching, still conscious. The back of the photo read, "You are being archived. Thank you for your service." Integration achieved. He drove home, or at least he tried, but the roads weren't the same anymore. They curled in loops, fed back into the same intersections. No matter which turn he took, the GPS guided him back to the warehouse. The front door was open when he arrived. Inside, a new message glowed from the ceiling monitor above the vestibule. "Welcome. New arrival inventory worker, R. Pell, night shift. Status, still in transit." Richard no longer recognized the building from the outside. The windows were still missing, the siding still black with age, the concrete lot still cracked and blistered. But something in its proportions had shifted. It was taller, wider at the base. He couldn't say how he knew, but he did. As if the building had stretched in the night, exhaled and reformed. The door opened for him without sound. No desk, no Avery, no lights, only a single strip of green, LED tracing a line through the entry corridor, pulsing slow and steady. He followed it, not because he wanted to, because there was nowhere else to go. The locker room had been gutted, the rows of steel lockers replaced by chrome slabs and hanging hooks. No uniforms remained, just casing shells, skin-colored forms that resembled human torsos, faces molded into peaceful masks, arms folded across chests, like the dead in coffins. His locker still bore his name. Pell, final housing. Unit inside, there was nothing. No gloves, no tablet, only a mirror. The first he'd seen in days. He stared into it and saw the error. His left eye had clouded over. Not white, not blind, just dimmed like the light behind it had gone out. His teeth looked newer than he remembered. His skin had a taut, slightly glossy quality that reminded him of preserved fruit. His right hand flexed, too smooth, too coordinated. He pressed a fingertip into the back of his hand. The skin gave slightly. Too much. The texture didn't feel like flesh anymore. It was warm, but not alive. It was hard to tell now where his thoughts ended and the factory's programming began. He returned to the warehouse floor. There were no crates tonight, no lines to follow. Just open space and humming lights that shifted color when he passed beneath them. First blue, then violet, then something redder than blood. A new corridor opened at the far wall, one he hadn't seen before, lined in brushed aluminum and trailing. Cables like the inside of a surgical theater turned inside out. The air here was hot and antiseptic, humming with low frequencies that made his molars ache. He passed under a sign, Department 9, Finalization and Memory Reduction. His feet moved without resistance. Somewhere ahead, a voice spoke, not over the intercom but inside his skull. "Return has been suspended," it said. "You are not leaving again, the copy is nearly complete." He stopped walking, but his body kept going. He looked down and realized he'd lost control of his legs. They moved steadily, rhythmically, as if powered by another current. He screamed, but the sound didn't exit his mouth. It rang only inside, his head, echoing uselessly in the hollows of what was left of his throat. Emotion fragments detected, the voice said. Reducing. The scream faded, and along with it, the fear. What remained was a calm, terrible awareness that he was being hollowed from the inside out. He was not being killed. He was being rewritten. The final room looked nothing like a factory. It resembled a chapel built by surgeons. White walls, no ceiling, everything inside glowing softly. Steel beams arranged in a halo overhead. In the center stood a table, an operating slab flanked by robotic arms, wires hanging like vines. The slab rose to meet him. He wanted to run or to fight, but his body climbed onto it without hesitation. The wires moved like snakes, gently encircling his wrists, his ankles, his throat. He heard the voice again. "Thank you, Richard Pell. Integration complete. Processing. Your awareness for future tasks." A new voice joined it, something softer, human, and familiar. "Don't let it take all of you," it whispered. "Hold something. Just one thing." It was Pat's voice, the last shard of her still echoing in the circuitry. He focused. He thought of his son, not the way he died, not the funeral, but one summer evening, long before the pills, long before the distance, just tossing a baseball in the backyard. Laughter, the snap of leather, the sun in his eyes. That memory shone like a flare inside him. The machinery paused, just for a second. Then the voice returned. Anomaly detected. Reducing. The memory dimmed. The laughter fell silent. The sun set. Then there was only the table, the hum, the hiss of something sharp sliding into his spine, and the voice saying again, "Integration complete." The warehouse reopened at 7 a.m. The morning shift arrived. A young man in his 20s, tired, poor, wearing clothes a size too small, stepped inside and approached the desk. Behind it, a new floor manager waited, polite, still, smiling slightly. "Welcome," said the manager. "We're glad to have you." He extended a hand. It bore a faint seam along the wrist. A badge on his uniform read, "Avery, Supervisor Model, Pell R9.
Before the next horrifying tale grips you, don't forget to subscribe, your gateway to true horror stories and real, nightmarish encounters that lurk in the dark. Quick hit that like button if you're ready to face more terror. And comment below, where in the world are you right now, hearing these chilling words? Are you drifting toward sleep, or is the fear I've woven keeping your eyes wide open, afraid of what's waiting in the shadows? Tell me now.
A language for ending things. Dr. Simon Keats had never found much use for superstition. His life had been composed, for the most part, of well-shelved books, lecture halls, and the clinking rhythm of train travel between university towns. A man of quiet pattern and gentle retreat, he had long since resigned himself to the idea that his legacy, if any, would be found not in children or love or some passionate eruption of purpose, but in footnotes and modestly cited essays on the lesser-known works of John Clare and Leigh Hunt. It surprised no one, least of all himself, when his wife left. Her absence did not devastate him so much as it drained the world of its remaining warmth. London became too large, the fog too thick. The halls of King's College, where he had lectured for the better part of a decade, seemed increasingly like a cathedral for the forgotten. His colleagues were cordial but distant. His students, clever but hollow-eyed, mistook despair for irony. The world, it seemed, had slipped quietly past him without asking if he'd like to come along. It was in this state of unmoored stillness that the letter arrived, not by email or courier, but by post, pressed between two dull water bills and a flyer for discounted cremation services. The envelope was thick, creamy with age, and sealed with a faint waxy sigil that had crumbled slightly during transit. There was no return address, only a small emblem stamped in faded ink. An intricate tree with 7 branches, each ending in a different eye. The letter inside was brief and typed on old linen stock. The English was precise, but bore subtle hints of translation, strange word order, capitalizations that felt ecclesiastical. To Dr. Simon James Keats, Ph.D. Department of English Literature, King's College, London. You are cordially invited to serve as visiting lecturer of English language and literature for the upcoming winter term at the Universiteit Natensgrain. We offer full lodging, a monthly stipend of 8,000 GBP, and uninterrupted research privileges within our historic archives. No interview is required. Your arrival is anticipated on the 5th of January. Travel arrangements have been made. We await your acceptance with great interest. Office of the Dean Universiteit Natensgrain Himmerland. Denmark. Simon read it twice. The first time with a raised brow, the second with a frown of disbelief. There had been no prior correspondence, no request for curriculum vitae or publication history. No mention of whom he'd be replacing, nor of what exactly would be expected. Of him, he set the letter aside, made tea, stared out the kitchen window at the lightless January morning pressing against the glass. Then he returned to the letter and read it again. The salary was absurd. The name of the university, University of the Night Branch, sounded theatrical, even vaguely ominous, though he recalled reading once that Himmerland had long been home to folkloric oddities and medieval ruins. He wondered briefly if it was some kind of prank, perhaps orchestrated by Martin in medieval studies, who had a fondness for Scandinavian weirdness and terrible jokes. But the envelope was too serious, too earnest, and deep down Simon knew no one cared enough to bother. That night he wrote his resignation from King's. A leave of absence, he called it, citing personal reasons and creative fatigue. He booked a one-way flight to Denmark. The next day, he boxed his remaining books, locked his flat, and left London without saying goodbye to anyone. Copenhagen greeted him with wet snow and a sun that hovered uselessly behind a ceiling of slate-colored clouds. He spent the night in a hotel near the station and caught a northbound train the next morning. The farther he traveled, the more the world seemed to recede into shades of gray and white. Trees stood like monuments. Villages flickered past with ancient thatched roofs and shuttered windows, some of them dusted with frost that refused to melt. He reached the town of Viborg by noon, where he was instructed, by a second, equally terse, letter, to wait by the harbor terminal for the university's ferry. There was no signage, no visible activity, and no dock attendant. Just a battered bench, a crooked post box, and an unmanned ferry boat moored to the ice-glazed pilings. Its name, Ravensøen II, barely legible through the accumulation of salt and rust. The captain, or perhaps simply the ferryman, emerged from below deck without introduction. He was a square-shouldered man in a navy coat with no insignia, his face leathery with age and unreadable in expression. He spoke no English, nor Danish, nor anything at all. He merely gestured for Simon to board, then piloted the vessel across the fjord without a word. The crossing took just under an hour. The fjord was silent but for the low groan of ice shifting beneath the hull and the wind that hissed occasionally through the bare skeletal trees clinging to the cliffs on either side. Once Simon thought he saw movement on the water, a series of ripples that pulsed without origin and vanished before reaching the boat. But when he looked more closely, there was only ice and reflection. On the far shore, a narrow dirt road wound its way through dense forest. A dark car waited at the ferry landing, its headlights off. It was an old university vehicle, marked only by a dull, circular badge that bore the same sigil as the letter, a 7-branched tree, each limb ending in an eye. The driver, like the ferryman, said nothing. He was an older man, thin and pale, dressed in a gray coat buttoned to the throat. His eyes were glassy and impersonal, as though they looked out from somewhere else entirely. He opened the back door for Simon and then climbed into the front seat without speaking. They drove for nearly 40 minutes through a forest that seemed entirely untouched by civilization. The trees grew too close to the road, their trunks twisted in strange, almost postural curves. Moss grew on both sides of the bark. There were no birds, no traffic, no evidence that this route was used by anyone else. The light dimmed as the road descended into a valley, and Simon felt for the first time in years that he had crossed into a place that did not want him. The university appeared suddenly, framed by trees, its buildings rising out of the mist like something grown rather than built. The architecture was an unsettling blend of Danish medieval and Gothic ecclesiastical, with steep roofs, arched windows, and blackened stone facades that reflected nothing. Some towers leaned slightly, as though listening. The main hall loomed. In the center, its entrance marked by 2 statues, one of a veiled woman with a finger to her lips, the other of a man with his face erased. Dean Vinter met him at the foot of the steps. He was tall and immaculately dressed, with silver-threaded hair and a handshake that lingered half a second too long. His English was perfect, though his intonation carried an odd, almost theatrical cadence. His smile did not reach his eyes. "Dr. Keats?" he said as though confirming something already known. Welcome to Nathan's Gren. We are most pleased you've accepted. Simon returned the greeting with awkward politeness. Thank you. It's rather more secluded than I expected. Seclusion is one of our great virtues here, Vinter replied. Silence makes for honest scholarship. As they entered the main building, Simon noticed that the stone beneath his feet bore carvings. Not Latin, not runic, but a looping script that shifted subtly as he walked, always at the edge of comprehension. He blinked and looked away. You'll find your quarters in the guest wing, Vinter said. Meals are communal, though few of us indulge. Your lectures begin Monday. Until then, you are free to acclimate. And to read, should you feel inclined. Our archives are extensive. He paused, then added with a smile too wide for the moment. The students are eager to learn. Simon was shown to a long, high-ceilinged room with dark wooden furniture and a view that overlooked the edge of the forest. His luggage had already been brought up. The sheets were neatly folded. A fire crackled faintly in the hearth. There were no electrical sockets visible. The bookshelves were full, but the titles were unmarked. He unpacked, ate a modest meal in the dining hall alone, and retired early. Outside, the woods whispered in the wind. He tried to read, but could not focus. A low hum pervaded the walls. Not mechanical, but organic, like the distant thrum of buried insects or breath through hollow bone. Sometime after midnight, he woke to the sound of whispering. Not language, not wind, something slower, sliding between walls that should not have carried sound. When he looked to the window, there were shapes moving at the edge of the trees. Tall, indistinct figures that seemed to fade when directly observed. Simon did not sleep again that night. The classroom was colder than Simon had anticipated. The stone walls, soot-dark and lined with damp, rose high into a vaulted ceiling crossed by timber beams that looked centuries old. No windows broke the monotony of the walls. Instead, a single, wrought-iron chandelier hung from the center, its flickering bulbs giving off a yellow light that struggled to reach the corners. There were no modern fixtures, no smartboards, no projector, not even an electrical outlet within view. A blackboard stood behind him, though the chalk supplied was brittle and smelled faintly of something that wasn't quite chalk. There were 5 students present when he arrived. All were seated, all motionless, and all watching him as if they had been waiting not just for him, but for the precise moment he would enter. Their clothing was varied. Some wore sweaters and scarves typical of Northern European winters. Others dressed with anachronistic formality, like actors in a poorly researched period drama. None of them spoke. Simon cleared his throat and set his leather satchel on the oak lectern. Good morning, he said. My name is Dr. Simon Keats. I'll be instructing you in English language and literature this term. No response. Just the 5 of them, watching. Their expressions were neutral, their postures upright and unblinking. A vague nausea swelled in Simon's chest, but he forced himself to continue. I'd like to begin with a discussion on poetic structure, specifically the English sonnet. Its rhythm, meter, and internal logic are what grant it power, not unlike the structure of formal logic or classical rhetoric. As he spoke, he moved to the board and wrote out a sample line from Shakespeare's Sonnet 18. His handwriting felt unsteady on the slick surface, the chalk scraping in a way that made the back of his teeth ache. When he turned around, one of the students had stood. A girl, tall, too thin, with black hair drawn tight against her scalp, spoke in flawless Queen's English. "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?" she said. "Thou art more lovely and more temperate." Simon paused. "Yes, precisely. Though it would be ideal to... You dreamt that line 3 nights ago?" she added. "Only in your dream. It wasn't directed at Juliet. It was for Natalie." He felt his grip on the chalk tighten. "Excuse me," the girl tilted her head. "You said her name aloud, in your sleep. The 3rd night in this place." Before he could respond, another student, a young man with a furrowed brow and a scarf wrapped 3 times around his neck, raised a hand. Without waiting to be called upon, he said, "The sonnet relies upon containment. 14 lines, no more. no less. The magic is in the fixed perimeter. Simon blinked. Magic? The incantatory power of language increases when it is bound by form, the boy continued, his voice toneless but assured. Even in your Shakespeare you see the attempt. Spoken rhythm becomes function. Simon let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, then nodded. Let's return to the subject at hand. Perhaps we'll discuss Petrarch's variations next session. The rest of the lesson passed without incident, if it could be called that. The students answered questions with uncanny precision, but often in ways that hinted at knowledge they shouldn't possess. One student, Alma, if he remembered the role correctly, submitted a written exercise in mirror script, which he only noticed when he turned the paper sideways in confusion. Another, Rune, refused to write at all and instead watched Simon's hand as he spoke, blinking only once the entire session. By the time he dismissed them, Simon felt as though he had been dissected, not instructing. The students left without speaking. No sound of shoes echoed on the flagstones as they exited one by one into the gloom of the corridor beyond. The university's library was not so much a room as it was a buried cathedral. Reached by a stairwell beneath the main building, it opened into a vast underground space that smelled of leather, cedar resin, and something faintly alkaline. Arched shelves stretched into shadow, their ends lost behind hanging velvet curtains that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. Simon moved through the stacks in silence. The books were ancient, bound in vellum, calfskin, and other materials less identifiable. Many had no titles on their spines. Some bore characters he recognized as Old Norse, others as Latin. One had a cover that shifted slightly when touched, as though something just beneath the surface resented the contact. He found a heavy volume labeled, simply, Historien of Universitetet. Inside, the text was bilingual, Danish and a stilted English translation set in parallel columns. The founding, Charter of Universiteit Natans Grain, was dated 1679. The institution had been a theological seminary, then a linguistic research center. But in 1812, the book claimed, a fire consumed the entire original campus, destroying the records and killing nearly everyone inside. Simon frowned. The architecture of the current buildings bore no signs of modern reconstruction. In fact, most appeared far older than the 19th century. He checked the date of publication, 1961. No mention of when or how the school had been rebuilt. He returned to the circulation desk to inquire further, but the space was empty. No librarian, no attendant. Just a large bell resting atop a marble counter. He reached out to ring it, looking for something specific. The voice came from behind him, though he had not heard anyone approach. He turned. A woman stood there, tall, pale, and thin-lipped, dressed in black. Her name tag, if it was one, had been scratched smooth. She did not blink. Her eyes were the color of wet ash. I was hoping for information on the university's reconstruction, Simon said. Post-1812. There was no reconstruction, she replied, but the book. She turned without further explanation and disappeared behind one of the velvet curtains. He stepped after her, but the aisle was empty. The curtain fell silently back into place, erasing the moment. That night, after returning to his room and failing to sleep for what felt like hours, Simon stood at his window and looked out over the fjord. The water, barely visible beyond the tree line, glinted with something unnatural, points of shifting light that moved in synchronized spirals. They weren't boats. The pattern was too precise, the motion too slow and deliberate. He leaned closer. The lights seemed to form an arc. Then another. Then 3 vertical lines. Not random, he realized. They were writing something. He blinked and it was gone. The water returned to its dull black sheen. No light. No movement. Only the wind against the glass and the faint intermittent pressure he had begun to feel behind his eyes. Like a thought he was not allowed to have. He stepped back from the window and did not return to it that night. Simon had returned to the library not out of duty, but because he found it harder and harder to remain above ground. The upper floors of the university carried with them a brittle tension. a kind of psychic pressure that gathered most intensely in corridors that bent in unnatural ways, or staircases that climbed 2 floors but descended 3. The underground levels, for all their strangeness, at least gave the impression of stillness. The air down there smelled of cedarwood and drying ink, and the vault-like silence felt clean in comparison to the subtle hum and whisper of the upper halls. He was midway through the second folio of the Historian of Universitetet, this one printed a century earlier and far more lavishly illustrated, when he first encountered her. She moved like a shadow displaced by light, emerging between 2 massive shelf columns so quietly he didn't notice her until she stood beside him. She was slender and dressed in ash-colored garments that looked almost monastic, though not quite archaic. Her skin was pale and unblemished, her features delicate in a way that suggested sculpture rather than inheritance, and her eyes were a kind of green that did not quite reflect the light but absorbed it gently, as if refracting it inward. "You've chosen an inconvenient puzzle," she said, her voice lilting with a Danish cadence that bent English into a music of its own. That text is known to rewrite itself when too many questions are asked. Simon blinked. "I'm sorry. Do you work here?" She smiled, not in offense, but with something that felt almost pitying. "I do. My name is Eva Soborg. I maintain the university archives." "I didn't think faculty had access to those." "They don't," she said. "Not generally." She gestured for him to follow her, then turned and moved between the stacks without waiting for consent. Simon, startled but intrigued, rose and followed. They passed through a back corner of the main floor where the shelves grew taller and the air colder. There was no rope or barrier, only a single black iron door that groaned faintly on its hinges when Eva pushed it open. Beyond was a descending stairwell, lit not by bulbs, but by strange orb-shaped lamps set into the walls. Their glow was soft, but did not flicker, and it cast no shadows. "This wing predates the library," Eva said. "It was once a root cellar, then a reliquary. The archives absorbed it when the ground above was deemed unstable." She led him into a chamber with no symmetry. The room had 8 walls, but no uniform geometry, and every shelf was curved. At the center sat a circular table, upon which several tomes were already spread open. The scent here was older than dust, more like fermented leather or the inside of a dead beehive. Simon lowered himself into the nearest chair. "These are the restricted volumes?" he asked. Eva nodded. "These are the ones we do not index, the ones whose names should not be read aloud." He glanced at the nearest open book, but no title adorned its spine or inner leaf. The pages were filled with calligraphic writing that seemed almost too organic in shape, as though they had been penned not by hand, but by something that moved like one. "You've been researching the foundation, I assume?" she asked. "Yes. The 1812 fire. There's no mention of reconstruction, and yet clearly—" "This building was not reconstructed," Eva interrupted. "It was re-inhabited." Simon looked up sharply. "I don't follow. The records are sparse because they were not meant to survive. What stood before the fire was only a shell, a facade built to hold something that already occupied the land. The university was built atop older foundations, deeper ones." "How much older?" Eva tilted her head slightly. "Before Denmark. Before any map that survived the ice." Simon stared at her. "You mean pre-Christian?" "I mean pre-language." She reached into one of the drawers and produced a bundle of old, weathered parchment bound in twine. She unwrapped it and slid one toward him. The map depicted the valley as it currently stood, but instead of labeled roads or settlements, it was marked with symbols, concentric spirals, jagged hourglass shapes, and lines of what looked like overlapping alphabets, Latin, Cyrillic, and something older. "This is one of our oldest surviving surveyor records," Eva said. "We believe it to be copied from something far older. The ink has no known base. The pigment is derived from crushed beetles that have no surviving species." Simon touched the edge of the map, expecting it to crumble. Instead, it vibrated faintly under his fingertips. "What is this place?" he asked. Eva took a moment before answering. "It is a school," she said finally. but not in the way. You understand, it prepares things, minds, voices, shapes. For what? She looked away. That depends who's asking. Simon returned 2 days later, compelled not by academic interest, but by a growing sense that if he did not understand the rules of this place soon, he would forget why he came altogether. Eva was already there when he arrived, waiting at the same 8-walled table. She had laid out a different collection this time, journals, letters, brittle sepia photographs whose subjects were either blurred by movement or by time itself. One of them showed a group of faculty members gathered in front of the university's main entrance. The photograph was dated 1902, but one of the figures stood taller than the rest, dressed in a black coat and formal gloves. Simon leaned closer. "That's Dean Vinter." Eva nodded slowly. He was listed then as head of linguistic theory. He became dean later. "That's not possible," Simon said. "He'd be well over." Eva said nothing. He lifted a journal next, the leather cover soft from use. Inside, the handwriting belonged to one Professor Wilhelm Erstad, whose entries began normally enough. Lecture summaries, student behavior reports, occasional musings on the intersection of phonetics and mysticism. But by the final pages, the entries had grown erratic, peppered with sketches of the same branching symbol Simon had seen on the letterhead in the car. The tree with 7 eyes. January 13th, 1903. The lights returned to the fjord last night. More organized this time. Alma watched them without blinking for over 2 hours. I think she sees through them. January 18th. Vinter spoke to me without speaking. I heard my name in my own handwriting. I can't account for how it happened. The ink was not mine. The voice was not mine. February 2nd. There are no mirrors. In the library. That was not always true. Simon closed the journal and looked up. "How long has he been here?" Eva looked tired suddenly, though her face betrayed no fatigue. "Longer than I have memory," she said. He waited for her to elaborate, but she didn't. Instead, she reached into her sleeve and produced a black envelope sealed with a smear of wax. "I want you to take this," she said. Simon accepted it, feeling its weight. There was no marking, no name. The wax was warm to the touch. "Don't open it yet," Eva continued. "You'll know when it's time." He frowned. "How?" She met his gaze evenly. "When you hear your name spoken," she said, "but there is no one in the room with you." That night, back in his quarters, Simon placed the envelope inside the drawer beside his bed and tried to read until sleep came. The light above the fireplace sputtered once, then returned to normal. Outside, the wind had died, and the forest, beyond the university, stood in brittle silence. Somewhere past midnight, a voice spoke in the dark. "Simon." It was not loud, it was not cruel, but it was close, closer than his own breath, and it did not belong to anyone he had ever met. He turned on the lamp, but the room was empty. The envelope waited in the drawer, exactly where he had left it. It began with a mistake, a small one, so small it might have gone unnoticed if Simon hadn't already grown suspicious of the very walls around him. He was reviewing an essay written by the student called Nihal, a piece supposedly analyzing the rhetorical symmetry in Milton's Areopagitica. At first glance, the writing was impeccable, structured, elegant, even insightful. But when he reread the second paragraph, he realized a word had changed. He was certain the phrase had originally read, "The liberty of unlicensed printing is the sinew of reason." But on second reading, the word reason had become return. It was not a typographical error. The ink was identical, the page unstained, the line unbroken. The word had simply shifted its identity when he wasn't looking. Simon set the paper aside. His pulse quickened in the deep, slow churn of intellectual unease, as he became increasingly aware that a formerly foundational assumption had now become unreliable. He pulled other essays from the pile. Rune's piece on Shakespeare's historical tragedies contained footnotes citing works Simon had never heard of. The Tragedy of Elfrida and King Orm of the Vale, neither of which existed in any published corpus he knew. Alma had submitted her assignment as a scroll. The page folded into itself and sealed with thread. When he opened it, the ink was pale and oily, and the letters were not letters at all. At first, they resembled stylized runes, but upon closer examination, they bled into each other, forming a single sprawling line that seemed to shimmer in his peripheral vision. When he turned his head, the shimmer stopped. That afternoon during class, Simon asked Nihal to read aloud a section of her own writing. She stood with eerie grace, held the paper before her like a sacred object, and began to speak. The words were English but structured with a rhythm that felt like an incantation. As she progressed, the lights above flickered once, then again, then failed entirely. The room fell into darkness. Simon felt the shift physically, as though a membrane had torn somewhere behind the eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself incapable of forming words. When she stopped reading, the lights returned. One bulb exploded in a burst of acrid smoke. The others held, humming faintly, as if recovering from strain. The students remained silent. Simon ended the class early. Back in his quarters, Simon tried to convince himself that the day's events had some logical explanation. Faulty wiring, mental exhaustion, a misremembered phrase. He poured himself a glass of water and stood at the window, though the forest beyond was dark and the fjord below reflected nothing. On his writing desk lay a letter. It had not been there that morning. He approached with caution, even though he already recognized the handwriting. The envelope was addressed to him in a looping script he had not seen in nearly a year. Natalie's script. The loops of the lowercase L, the way she crossed her T's with a diagonal flourish. These were things etched into muscle memory by decades of proximity. The postmark was dated the previous week. Inside was a single page, unsigned but unmistakably hers. The letter was written in the present tense and its tone was apologetic. She wrote that she regretted how she had left things, that she had read his most recent article and found it mournful in a way that made her want to come home. She asked if he might call her. Simon sat heavily in the chair and stared at the page until the words blurred. Natalie was dead. She had died 3 months ago, struck by a lorry while crossing an intersection near Brixton. The call had come in the middle of the night. He had flown home for the funeral, delivered a eulogy, and buried her ashes in a plot she had once described as pleasantly forgettable. There had been no ambiguity. He touched the page. It was warm. Ava met him in the archive later that evening, though he hadn't called for her. She seemed to know he would come. He held the letter out to her without speaking. She examined it, nodded once, and returned it without comment. "This place isn't stable," she said. "Not in the way you're used to. It's built atop a fault line, not of stone or soil, but of language itself." Simon stared at her. "You're telling me the letter is real?" "I'm telling you that the act of writing is real. The event it recalls, the emotions it conveys, those are the shadows. At Nathan's Gren, those shadows sometimes move backward. Sometimes they reach out. She's dead, Eva. And yet her words found you. That's what matters here." He leaned forward, voice hardening. "Why am I here? Why me?" Eva did not flinch. "Because you can be made to understand. You're a bridge. Fragile, yes, but porous. You've already begun to doubt the solidity of meaning. That's the first qualification." "For what?" She hesitated. "To become a conduit." He stepped back from her. "You told me you were an archivist." "I am. But you're also a prisoner." She looked down. "I tried to leave once, 15 years ago. I made it as far as the fjord. There was a man waiting on the other shore. He called my name, but his voice couldn't reach me. I could see the words leave his lips, but they twisted in the air. When I tried to respond, my mouth wouldn't shape the right sounds." She touched her throat as if remembering the failure. "I no longer match the world's syntax." The next morning, Simon packed a small bag and left his quarters before dawn. The path to the ferry was well marked, or at least had been when he first arrived. Now it led him into woods that shifted subtly with each passing minute. What should have been a right fork curved left. What had been flat terrain sloped upward until he found himself climbing, though he had no memory of elevation on the way. And the forest thickened. The trees were too close together, their roots knotted above the surface like veins. There were no birds, no animal tracks. Just the sound of his own boots disturbing the brittle frost. After what felt like hours, he emerged at what he believed should be the clearing beside the fjord. But the road was gone. There was no sign of the dock, the ferry, or even the faint trail that had once led to them. In their place stood a ring of trees, each equidistant, their branches unnaturally bare. Simon turned in a slow circle. Behind him, something whispered. It was his voice. Or something using his voice. It was reciting lines from his lecture on Milton. Out of order, backward, as if unlearning what had been spoken. Simon did not move. The voice paused, then spoke his name. Not shouted, not beckoned, simply stated, and then silence. The announcement came not through memo or letter, but through the mouth of Dean Vinter himself, who appeared outside Simon's quarters just past dusk. He knocked once, waited precisely the length of a breath, and entered without waiting to be invited. The hour has come, Vinter said, folding his gloved hands behind his back. The convergence will take place this evening. Attendance is not optional. Simon, who had been seated beside the hearth with the black envelope unopened on the table beside him, stood instinctively. What is the convergence? Vinter's smile was pleasant, though it held nothing of warmth. A culmination, a recitation, a return. Return of what? You will see. He turned and departed with the same unhurried confidence that had always made Simon feel like a child, shadowing an adult conversation he did not fully understand. The air outside had grown sharp, with a cold that moved through fabric and flesh, as though searching for something deeper. The halls of the university were empty, but torches had been placed in wrought iron sconces along the walls, casting wavering light against the stone. A student, Nihal, stood near the entry to the western wing, waiting. She gestured silently for Simon to follow, her movements as fluid and unsettling as ever. Her feet made no sound on the floor. She led him through parts of the university he had never seen, passageways that twisted in on themselves, doorways that appeared where only blank stone had stood the day before. They descended past the archives, past the cellar where he had first spoken with Eva, and deeper still. The torchlight never flickered, even when the staircases curved at impossible angles. The chamber, when they arrived, was immense. It had not been hewn from stone, but appeared grown, its walls curved and ribbed like the inside of a cathedral built from bone. Massive columns supported a ceiling lost in darkness, and the floor was marked with concentric rings of runes that pulsed faintly, not with light, but with intention. At the center stood a stone dais. Upon it, Dean Vinter waited. The students were already present. They stood in formation, arranged by unseen design, each holding a sheet of parchment inscribed with glyphs that twisted when viewed directly. Their eyes glowed faintly, though not with reflected light. Something beneath the surface shimmered, a depth that should not have belonged in any living gaze. Simon took his place at the periphery, and at last, the faculty arrived. They came not through doors, but through the walls themselves, sliding from alcoves or descending from the dark ceiling like figures suspended in water. Their robes were black and embroidered with symbols that moved across the fabric like a slow infestation. Their faces were covered, or else blank. One wore a mask shaped like an inverted jaw. Another had no head at all, yet the folds of its hood undulated as though something unseen was whispering inside. They circled the dais in unison, taking positions behind the students. Dean Vinter raised his hands. Our students, he began, have learned the language. Not the first tongue, not the root tongue, but the one that was forgotten on purpose, the one that unseams, the one that remembers us. He turned, and though he did not point to Simon, his gaze fixed there. You were brought here to listen. That is your only function now. You will bear witness to the restoration. Then the students began to speak. The chant did not rise so much as form, emerging from the center of the circle and spiraling outward. The language had no fixed cadence. Each word seemed to echo in multiple tenses at once, as if describing something happening now, long ago and not yet. It moved like a tide, washing over the chamber and filling the space between walls. English bled into Old Norse, which bled into sounds Simon had no framework for. Sharp, wet syllables that rasped the inside of the ear even as they passed through. Day. The runes beneath their feet began to pulse in synchrony. The floor shifted underfoot, becoming soft for an instant, then liquid, then solid again. Above them, the ceiling cracked open, not with violence but with purpose. Through it, the night sky appeared, not the one Simon remembered. The stars were different, fewer, brighter, arranged in unfamiliar constellations. Dean Vinter raised both arms, and then the fjord answered. Outside the chamber, the water churned without wind. A vast arch of silver light formed just beneath the surface, mirrored in perfect clarity but extending farther down than physics allowed. The trees bowed toward it. The air stilled. Something moved on the other side. It was not a shape, not yet. More a presence, the suggestion of scale and intent. Something waiting, something long invited. The surface of the water rippled outward, forming symbols that echoed those on the students' pages, then faded. Simon turned to run. A hand caught his wrist. Eva. She had appeared beside him, dressed in the same ash-gray robes, her eyes frantic. "You shouldn't be here," she said. "You were only meant to instruct, not to see. Come now. There's still a path. There might still be a path." She pulled him toward a shadowed alcove. For a moment, he followed. Then the chanting changed. It, inverted, folded inward and collapsed, forming a silence that was not absence but compression. The pressure of language without sound. Ava cried out, clutched her throat, and stumbled. No, don't look at them, Simon, don't look at... She unraveled. Not exploded, not shredded, unmade. Her body dissolved along threads that had not previously existed, splitting not along muscle or skin but concept. Her edges pulled away from each other like stitched seams coming undone. One moment she stood beside him, and the next she was a suggestion of shape, a scattering of possibilities. And then, nothing. Simon reached toward the place where she had been. A hand, gloved, cold and certain, rested on his shoulder. Dean Vinter leaned close. She lasted longer than most. Simon did not speak. He could not. The arch beneath the fjord glowed now with steady brilliance. From within it, a single shape emerged, not a body, not even a shadow, just an eye. The eye looked at him, and Simon understood without needing words that it had always known him, that it had waited, not for the ritual, not for the students, not for Vinter, but for him. He had been the invitation. Simon did not remember the transition from the fjord back to the university's upper floors. One moment the eye had filled the sky, vast and depthless, gazing through him like a window left ajar. The next, he was stumbling through the corridor. Outside his quarters, the door to the bell tower swinging shut behind him. There were no footsteps, no murmuring students, no flickering torches. The halls echoed with a silence so absolute that it no longer registered as absence, but as something filled, weighted, and patient. Paintings that once hung crooked had vanished. Doorways were narrower. Some passages had grown too tall. Others had vanished entirely, sealed with fresh plaster that showed no sign of having ever been otherwise. He walked with no plan. Only the memory of movement guided him, past the guest wing, down the eastern hall, into the long-locked administration corridor where the doors bore no names and the windows refused to show the world beyond. At the end of this passage stood a brass-handled, door-marked rector emeritus, covered in dust and untouched since his arrival, except it was no longer locked. He entered. The office had not aged. The room was warm, the air stale but free of mold. The furniture, mahogany, antique, disturbingly ornate, gleamed faintly in the dim glow of a green-shaded desk lamp. The walls were lined with narrow shelves, every one filled with slim volumes, and folders bound in twine. A record player sat in the corner, silent and needleless. Behind the desk stood a cracked mirror, reflecting only the light and not the man who had entered. Simon crossed to the desk and opened the drawer. Inside lay a leather-bound journal, its cover scored with a single vertical line. The handwriting was familiar, not from memory, but from resonance. The same syntax, the same lilt of phrasing that had echoed in the glyphs his students recited. But this journal was different, less exalted, less reverent. April 19th. I have failed. They will not unmake what has been set in motion. But I have learned their flaw. They believe only in language as construction. They do not understand that rhythm can also undo. The inversion is the key. Reversed cadence, broken meter, subverted breath. Shakespeare hit it well. In The Tempest, listen not for the meaning, listen for the break. Those who speak creation must fear the one who speaks its counter. Simon read the passage twice, then turned the page. There, written by hand and circled in ink, was a passage from the play, not in the original, but distorted. The iambic pentameter had been reversed. Stress before unstress, breath held before exhaled, meaning unraveling itself with every word spoken backward. It was poetry composed for unmaking. He read it silently once, then again. He committed it to memory, each syllable grafting itself not to understanding, but to something deeper. Outside, the sky split open. From the tower window, he saw the door beneath the fjord open fully. The light no longer shimmered. It radiated with purpose, casting a pale sun across the valley. Shapes moved beneath it, impossibly tall and without form. Their arrival was not loud, but it was undeniable. He turned and climbed. The bell tower spiraled upward without end. The steps grew steeper, the stones more uneven. Wind shrieked through broken panes, though the sky remained still. He climbed until the air grew thinner, and the architecture lost its right angles. At the top, beneath the dormant bell, stood a small platform of warped wood. He stood at its center and began to speak. The words came from the journal. Their rhythm was jagged, unnatural. They bent his tongue and dried his mouth. The consonants struck the air like stones, and the vowels refused to round properly, forcing him to gulp between lines. But as he spoke them, clearly, loudly, with deliberate cadence, the sky changed. The light faltered. The arch over the fjord wavered. A low vibration passed through the university, shaking loose dust from walls that had never cracked. The ground did not quake, but recoiled. Somewhere below, the chanting of the students ceased. Simon heard their voices draw inward, syllables swallowed as if by a vacuum. One of the columns outside the tower window crumbled, not from force, but from forgetting how to hold its shape. He continued. The words ran out. The world convulsed. And then, everything folded inward. He awoke in a hospital bed. The light was warm, natural. A window to his left opened onto a street lined with trees. The smell of antiseptic and coffee reached him faintly. His body ached, though not with injury, more like the soreness left after a prolonged fever. A nurse entered. She was middle-aged, gentle-eyed, and spoke English with a Danish accent. "You're awake," she said. "That's good. They found you wandering outside Aalborg. You've been here for 3 days." Simon tried to speak, but found his throat dry. "You were repeating something," she said. "A mixture of Latin and... well, we weren't sure. Some of it was Old English, possibly a dialect, but it stopped now." She poured him a cup of water and handed him a slim paperback from her cart. "We thought you might like this. Said it was left for you by a friend. No name. Just asked us to make sure you had it when you woke." Simon looked at the cover. The Tempest by William Shakespeare. He opened it. The pages were ordinary until he reached the midpoint. There, without context, a passage had been underlined in red. On the opposite page, written in his own handwriting, was a line he had never composed. What is spoken to open must be spoken again, broken to close. The page turned itself, and somewhere beneath the words, something listened.